You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
A good morning to you and welcome to here, the state of Florida. Fourth stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series, the Maxam Tire Bassmaster Elite on the mighty St. Johns River, most prominent river in the state of Florida. It's going to be the 9th time that the Bassmaster Elite Series has been here. And Mark Zona, what we don't have information about is tournament information about this time of year at the St. Johns. So I guess anything's possible.
Doubt about that, Tommy Sanders. And the great thing about this tournament going to be eerily similar to what we got to see last week on the Harris chain. Going to be a very diverse event. A lot of the anglers that we have on camera here on day number 1 doing a lot of different things in different areas of the St. Johns River.
They've been fishing for about an hour right now, and Lee Livesey of Texas, man on top, first to crack double digits here today. Kenta Kimura, Clint Davis of Alabama, Takumi Ito, Brock Mosley, Jamie Hartman and Mark Frazier, 2 guys we've been searching for this season, looking like they're coming into form early on this day. Heron, Logan, and Martin. Again, we started right there in our fantastic host city of Palatka, Florida, the city dock there this morning with our full field of 103 anglers, some of them from Florida, like this man right here, John Cox. Everyone looking to get a feel for what it's like out there. And I think we're going to learn a lot today.
Yes, I think we're going to see a lot of Maine River fishing with that young man right there, your Angler of the Year leader right now, making a long run. Love the helmet right there.
Oh, yeah.
Got to really talk about a lot of things with that young man yesterday. We're going to trench into John Cruz. So much history on this body of water, and something amazing with John Cruz. Never went back and checked anything in Rodman where he dominated the last time we were here.
Bold.
Very interesting.
Bold stuff. He always does very well here. He has got a natural affinity for this place. There's Cliff Prince, native of Palatka, the Prince of Palatka, always a favorite every time we come down here. And Rick Clun, the man we're always saluting this man, but a special appreciation for his 500th event. Right now, let's talk to the man who got nearly on the record board, Trey Mckinney, at our second event.
Running for 51 minutes now. So when I say, like, I don't know what's going to happen, like, they got to be there type of thing. And we're running this far, there's not much off the hip, you know, you don't have all that time to just kind of play around. Hey, I'm going to go fish a few pads. Hey, I'm going to fish this. When you run this far, it's pretty well you got to be dedicated. And that's the thing that, you know, if they're not biting, it's not going to be good. So we took a risk for it. Maybe we shouldn't have. Maybe we should have. We don't know yet. So I have confidence up here is the main reason. You know, I pre-practice. I had a really good time up here. So it's more or less confidence. And when I thought about it, I really didn't hesitate. So I was like, we're going to do it. You know, like, why not? I mean, yes, if I bomb today, that's going to be like the whole, you know, it could be the points for the whole year. And you might not be able to recover, but for right now, we're not even thinking about that. We're just thinking about catching some big green pickles, some big ones. Yay long, about like this, with a mouth, about yay big. So, they're up here. They are up here. I mean, I caught some 6s, I caught some 5s, I caught some 4s, I caught a bunch of 3s. I mean, they're up here, but I feel like they're leaving me. I don't know why. Like, you would think how I'm fishing it would get better. But I don't quite understand Florida. So I don't know. I don't really know what the fish are doing, but I know they were there. So I feel like we got a few schools. It's a guaranteed bite. But are they going to be this long or are they going to be this long? It's the main thing. Because once you catch one, it screws up the whole school. So if we can catch one and then they school and I can catch more, we'll be fine. But you can't bet on them coming up schooling. So I'm going to have my sexy dog hanging over the boat at all times just in case something does happen. So it's a long run. If it wasn't all these idle zones, it wouldn't be bad. But there's idle zones, there's speed zones, there's everything in the book. So hopefully we can get there. There's not much pressure right now. It looks like I haven't seen a boat yet, so that's a good thing. Maybe they didn't find them, but we still got 30 minutes of run. Maybe not 30 minutes, I hope not. Hope not 30 minutes, but we still got a long time. If you guys can see, it's all the way up there. We're right here. It's up there. So basically, as far as you can go. Pretty well, yeah. Yep. So we're gonna see what happens. I'm excited to make a cast because I've been, bound up for an hour. That's the longest I've ever done it. So might not ever do this again, or I might be like, that wasn't half bad, So who knows, guys? Send us some good luck and some prayers because this is going to be a very interesting event. See what happens.
19 years old and already with parts of a resume that every angler would love to have.
Tommy, taking a look at your progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year standings right here. Talking to Trey yesterday, we were getting done with the phone call of what he's doing today, but he asked me a question. He said, give me some advice when I'm on camera. I said, tell us what is happening. He just absolutely did that.
Took you a little too seriously there. Well, those
it's
thoughts,
awesome.
I hope he keeps those thoughts coming today. Yes, absolutely.
Hey, in all honesty, if you really look at Trey McKinney, I made a comment to you right when I got in studio. I said, it is amazing watching the Masters last week and how mature Scotty Scheffler is. That dude right there, Trey McKinney, has the same exact characteristic.
It's almost uncanny, absolutely.
There's a lot of people, Tommy, who decided not to pre-practice this place maybe in January or February that wish they would have, not knowing we would only have 2 days of practice. They probably would like an extra day, and some are relying on what they found in pre-practice a couple months ago.
Get out to him. You saw where he is.
Oh my gosh.
Dexter.
Oh my gosh. Biggin. Dude, there's like 60 of them here. There we go. Come on, baby. Okay. There's buttload of them. Okay. Come on. I lost my pliers to a gar. It attacked me. So, dead serious, attacked me yesterday. Come on, Trey. What are you doing, buddy?
What's going on in the lobby?
It might work, because they were there. Confirm red. All right, dude, when I'm telling you they were there, they were freaking everywhere. All right, got it ready? I am. Oh my gosh. Dude, this might be stupid. Here they come. Here they come. Here they come. Come on. Come on, dude. There he is. Dude, that one was a big one. Dang, they're all underneath the boat. We need to back off. Let them set back up. See, it's better when the first one gets it. So I can get him away from the school. But when they do that crap, these hooks freaking get them good, son. When they do that crap.
Boy, that is a fantastic start for Bassmaster
I
Live.
don't know how they didn't eat that.
Story that we'll see the next 4 days.
Rod. It's amazing to me. I mean, they were literally licking it. Like licking it.
Sexy dog, color oyster. And as you heard right there, he said there's about 60 out there, all main river areas. Said he's going to be concentrating on shell and sandbars throughout the day today. He said they weren't quite as big as they were when he found them before. He's only been here one time, and said all of his work will be the main river.
Maybe not too smart though. Come on. Oh my gosh, that's a giant. That's a. Oh my gosh, eat it. Eat it. That was like an 8-pounder. Like an 8-pounder. It was ridiculously massive. Oh, I'm feeling a trap. That fish was unreal how big it was. That's what I'm talking about, hard to get to bite. They get really grouchy. So big boy out there. Dude, I didn't realize I could cast that far.
Far, far upstream Lake Dexter right there for Trey McKinney. We will see anglers going farther than that according to your information.
Well, we definitely going to have a Camry come to the St. Johns River with John Cox making a very long run, and it's going to be about 3 hours for him to get there. And that it's not the distance, because the distance is, you know, call it 60 to 70 miles going to De Leon Springs area that we saw Gary Klaus years ago. Biggest problem for John Cox is a lot of no-wake areas that he's got to battle with getting to where he's going to fish today, but made the comment, said, I have to make this run for the simple fact, all I need, if they are still there, all I need is 2 hours of fishing. Still a lot of big fish are on beds right now, and John Cox said he has one area with several 7 to 9 pounders. So the 2 hours that we will be fishing with him could be very exciting, because the comment that he made was, oh, they definitely want to bite.
Well, we can't wait to catch on with some of that.
Got a new leader, Mark Menendez, with a 5 and a couple of 4-pounders. 13 pounds on 3 fish.
Wonder if he's in Rodman. We'll find out before it's all said and done. I kind of suspect he might be, but we just can't know at this point. Now let's look at the man whom we always honor him, Rick Clun, as one of the most prominent founding members pretty much of pro bass fishing. Now fishing in his 500th Bassmaster tournament here, 50 years, a tournament angler with bass. It's an incredible record, 16 wins, and of course the 4 classic wins, most classics fished, most classics
in a row.
I mean, the list goes on and on and on.
You know, chatting with Rick a little bit, I said, did you ever think that you'd fish 500 events? And he's like, no, I thought I'd fish 1,000, to be honest with you.
You said this earlier, Ronnie, doubtful that anyone's ever going to approach that mark there. It just, the math doesn't add up. But for someone as driven, as completely engrossed in the sport as Rick Clun has always been without fail.
There's a lot of adversity the older generations have faced to get to where they are now, longevity-wise, and then there's a lot of other distractions for the younger generations of anglers when it comes to fishing for that many years on the Elite Series.
I just work my way down. You know, it'd be like an hour or so throw a wacky rig up there and probably catch her. Got the male again. Oh, wait. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, it's the male.
See his rod bounce. He had the male bite on that bed, not setting the hook. Drew said he's got about 40 locked on bed for today.
Got the male again.
Go from Drew Cook, kind of a scary prospect. You get him in his element here with that many fish to fish for during the course of this day. We can't stay away from him too long. I think we're closing in now on a couple of Florida guys. Cliff Prince, of course, is the native, the original Palatka guy, and Scott Martin, who's made some fireworks already in Florida this year.
Absolutely, and this area of the St. Johns River, Crescent Lake, we have been in the past. Talking to a lot of our local friends, said this will be a big player in this tournament. A lot of local tournaments taking 25 to 30 pounds, and those are just 3-hour tournaments the last couple weeks. Definitely a big-time shad spawn bite for the first hour of the morning. Notice both of those anglers on the east side, capitalizing on a little more low light at the east side of Crescent.
Probably more hardcover in Crescent than any other place when we've seen Menendez in the past with cypress trees, and it's not necessarily what you want to see if you're Cliff Prince out in front of you, but
Cliff Prince, who has crawled every inch of this vast fishery here through the years and has so many options here on any given tournament day.
I get to watch the Scott Martin show, I guess. Yeah.
And with that shad spawn deal, you will not have a lot of time to capitalize on that today with the weather conditions we really have today throughout the weekend. Temps in the low 90s every single day, and that sun creeps above those cypress trees, that this deal will be done. Mark Menendez is an angler that's known to creep around in this area of the St. Johns.
Here's one of the guys battling it out with Rick Clun the last time. Rick won down here. It's been great.
he thought he won it too. Mark thought he won it big time.
I did too. I think all of us did. Mark Menendez.
9-pounders for Clun.
There's your unofficial leaderboard after a little more than an hour's worth of fishing time. Hour and 20 minutes, and Mark Menendez on top with 13 pounds. What a start to his day. Kimura, Livesey, Scott Martin, that was a 4-pounder. He put in the boat there. Mark Frazier, Aaron Schmidt, Davis, Ray Hanselman, and Takumi Ito tied for 10th place, or 9th place. We'll be right back. Rick Clun, his most recent tournament victory, his most recent 2 victories right here in the St. Johns River. And this week he fishes his 500th Bassmaster event in a 50-year career as a tournament angler with B.A.S.S. No man has probably inspired more anglers at every level through the years in his 50-year career. won his first classic back in 1976. That's some shots from this place right here. You can go anywhere in Florida, and find great footage of Rick Clun and all across the nation, all the way out west to the U.S. Open.
Absolutely, and if you really look at some of the young anglers that we've covered just the last 10 years, you know, there's some way, shape, or form, the style of their fishing, Rick Clun was the reason why. And if you really dive into it and listen to Rick Clun, it's not winning trophies, it's not cashing checks, it's pushing yourself to a limit that's uncomfortable. He made the comment yesterday, he said, I'm in no way, shape, or form slowing down. I will be around for as long as...
Yeah, we're not celebrating the end of his career
this is
here.
not the end.
His continuing career is what the miracle is, but look at that, 500 tournaments, 16 wins, all those top 10s, 4 classic wins, and of course, qualified for more classics, more consecutive classics. Also an Angler of the Year title back in the 1980s. Just an incredible career that is not done yet. He's out there fishing to win today. He's not out there as a placeholder, that's for sure.
He's also coming off, Tommy, his best finish since 2020 at Lake Fork. He had a 20th place finish last week. It's his first top 20 since 2020 at Lake Fork.
For sure.
Yep.
Rick, there's some shots from him running right now. As a matter of fact, he's making a little move right now, and while he does that, we're going to continue to talk about the great Rick Clun with the great Davey Hyde, our associate out there. And Davey, it's more than appropriate that we celebrate him every time we come out on the water. He's so much a part of the history of the Bassmasters. Talk about some of your history with Rick Clun.
Oh, I just enjoyed the opportunity to get to compete against him, because I'm like so many other anglers that were talking this morning and yesterday. I guess this whole season about Rick Clun's career. I grew up reading about him in Bassmaster magazine, him and some others, and to actually get to meet him was, a big deal to me as a young angler, and then compete against him. Back in the old days when we would go to the final 2 days in a course, and 12 anglers in 6 locations, and to be paired with Rick Clun to compete against him in a designated location all through the day. Days like that I remember, and they're very, very special to me. This morning I got to talk to Rick. It was very special talking to him, and I said, so is this 500th Bassmaster event any different than 498 and 499? And he said, yeah, it really is. I feel like I've got a million eyes on me. He said a lot of people are, making a big deal about this, and I don't understand why quite so much, but he said it is a big deal. And I said, growing up reading about you in Bassmaster magazine, you seemed to tune everything out, and it was just you and the fish, and you focused on the event in front of you, not the eyes on you. And he said, you're right. I did that my whole career, but now I am thinking about people that are watching this happen.
Davey, if you can kind of walk through, we were just talking about it before you got on camera, is Rick's style of bass fishing really throughout the years. You might have seen a jig catch here or a worm catch there. For the most part, his career has been founded on power fishing with a crankbait, a spinnerbait, and for the most part, he has ignored the other stuff, the other techniques in bass fishing.
Yeah, absolutely. Rick helped shape our sport, our entire sport. He's been around so long, and he was the first angler I remember reading and really thinking about how you can predict bass behavior by seasonal patterns, and that you can pattern where a fish may be on any given body of water during the day, or go to another body of water, as long as you got the right category. Is this pre-spawn? Are these fish spawning? Is it post-spawn? So he has shaped the way so many anglers through the years approach our sport. And it's the crankbait that he keeps in his hand everywhere we go, whether it's, Florida or New York Canadian border, California. He keeps a crankbait in his hand a lot, and that's all about being efficient with time and keeping a bait in the water, moving, not settling in on one place. And to be honest with you, that's why it's so different now with the forward facing and all the technology that we have at our disposal. because that's not the way Rick Clun and others, but certainly Rick was a big player in this, taught us how to fish and how to approach this sport.
Well, Davey, he is, you know, we keep saying this. Our sport's unique. We don't get to shake hands. None of us have ever met Babe Ruth or Lou Gehrig or Bronco Nagurski, but we can get out there, and you can get out there and cover him fishing today, and it's such a miracle. But do you think any of those those longevity figures will ever be surpassed in the future? Or is he one of a kind?
So, you know, records are made to be broken, but I truly think this 500 career B.A.S.S. tournaments will never be broken. And you're right, Tommy. I love being in the studio with you guys, but it is real special being on the boat dock this morning and talking to Rick Clun. I mean, like you say, it's the Babe Ruth, the Mickey Mantle, you know, you guys that, you know, if I was in that sport, would have never probably met, you know, but for him to be a hero and for me to be on the dock on his 500th Bassmaster event is really, really special. And everybody on the dock this morning, you know, we have spectators come out, a lot of media, camera folks. I mean, you could just tell everybody had Rick Clun on their mind. And Rick Clun, for him to say, I feel like a million eyes are on me, that's something I've never heard him say, never even come close to saying anything like that. But it is real special, real special. I'm so happy I got to be here this week.
Davey, thank you so much. Of course, we're going to be keeping Rick Clun at the top of our mind all day long here. Of course, as we just mentioned, his two most recent Bassmaster Elite Series wins came right here in 2016 and 2019. Just incredible. The whole world lit up.
Absolutely. That's the one thing I remembered about the first one was how many of the anglers stuck around all the way through that weigh-in. It was unbelievable to watch that, which shows the respect that the competitors have for Rick. And then if you really look at 2019, the one amazing thing about this tournament, I got to talk to Rick about this yesterday, and the day before this tournament, I said, Rick, you will win this tournament if, and I asked him to answer that question before the event. He said, if I am left alone on a 300-yard stretch, and that's exactly what happened in that event. Very, very, and I did the same thing yesterday, and I said, Rick, you will win this tournament if, and he said, if everybody else sucks. That was great.
Well, he credits that to the way he won his second Classic at Lake Tahoe.
Absolutely,
he sucked a little
that.
bit less than anyone else. Plus, he added a 7-pounder
Very cool.
to start the tournament off. So much history to go through, to process. Still, with Rick Clun, we're only going to scratch the surface today.
And what's really bizarre, you go from Rick to Trey McKinney, and look, and I'm not making any comparisons, but if there is somebody that could, just because of age, Trey could approach 500 tournaments.
That's right. I mean, he's one of the few that the math is there for. And man, I don't know how you can stay away from him for very long. My goodness, what a fun day he's having.
Did he come off? No, he didn't. How are you hooked? No, he's not very big. What? I was a lot bigger. I had my nerves pumping.
They're eating that thing, dude.
I know, the bad thing is some of my schools are too deep to... Oh. Not a bad one. Number 3. Confirm.
Boy, and he has got the hair going this morning.
Oh, man.
Full-blown John
Yes.
Stamos.
That's a good analogy right there. Let's get back to Drew Cook. Drew Cook, of course, in his element here. Going to get to do a lot of sight fishing today. We look forward to that.
Corey Johnson just bumped into the top 5 with a 4 and a 4.5 pounder.
Johnstons, both of them always do well down here on the St. John's.
Old front flapper, right in the snoot. Exactly how you want them.
It appears that he just had enough of that male biting every single
So we're gonna put him in the box for now. We're gonna mark him. Remember, he's gonna be number 1.
Drew Cook
And
had his
if she
first
doesn't
win a
get
couple
back
of
up there,
years
I might
ago,
throw him back.
cracked the century mark. Drew Cook today is at VMC on point.
So the St. John's is it's a river system that flows backwards, one of only like 2 in the world. You can pretty much pick your poison here. You can run to Rodman and just completely take the tide out of it, which is what I think a lot of the newcomers that have never been here before, especially with 2 days of practice, it's a safe bet. It's only a 1-foot tide, so it's not crazy, but the river's actually low for what it normally is. We've had a lot of south winds, and a lot of those south winds keep the water out, which is really good for growing grass in the lake, which is what the lake needs. You can kind of call your shot whenever you find something with water on it, you know one's gonna be on it.
Drew Cook, Florida native, North Florida guy, Tallahassee, and the environs there, Seminole, that local lake as well.
So, something that he was just talking about, to tip on that a little bit, is this river flowing from south to north up to Jacksonville. The winds that they had here week and a half ago pushed so much water out. One of the residents was talking to John Cruz in one of the canal systems and said, the water has not come back yet. Like it's a 1.5 foot lower than it was 12 days ago.
Well, this tournament has been won in recent years up in that direction. May not be enough water there right now to do what Paul Mueller did back 5 years ago.
You know, if you talk to a lot of the, to Cliff Prince and Terry Scroggins, of all the tournaments that we have covered here, Tommy, is if you remember the days of Lake George and the eelgrass, and that was the primary focus, was the eel. It is not in here anymore, and there is no good answer for why it hasn't, come back. You could hear the hurricanes and stuff like that, but no real good answer for why it hasn't come back in here. Pretty much lily pads, hardcover, shell. That is what we are going to see the next 4 days on the St. Johns River. So hope it replenishes in the future.
Yeah. Drew mentioned the lack of water being good for growing grass. That's a little hopeful there. Certainly you're right, though. And
then one cast, she was sitting there the whole time. I don't understand why she didn't bite it.
Looks at the parking lot, our elite anglers are being left alone today, a little bit.
Predominantly, Drew Cook said majority of his spawners will be from Palatka
that female
down towards Astor, so just that span.
Just flipped the wacky
Lake
rig
George
over there.
region of St. John's was going to be where he's going to concentrate, at least today.
If only I could see a little bit. She got out of Dodge pretty quick.
Said he does have a really solid swim jig bite and pads later today that he might kind of wanting to save that till he got into the weekend.
Wish I could see what that thing saw.
Lowrance bird's eye view, give us a good look at light conditions, which will change through the morning. Let's go. Weather look good for these side fishermen for this week?
Fantastic.
Should be good.
Sanders.
Looking good.
Yes,
we'll talk
unlike
about that.
some of the tournaments we've had in February, we are not going to be dealing with 20 to 30 degree nights, so a lot more comfortable this time.
That's a good feeling. We sort of last week's tournament seemed to last a long time, partially due to the weather, but Mark Menendez, the veteran, man on top right now with 13 pounds. Great start to his day. Lee Livesey spent some time atop our leaderboard. Scott Martin, who made a big splash down at Lake Okeechobee. St. Croix opens this year. A lot more others will join the fray when we return. The Maxam Tire Bassmaster Elite, the legendary, historic, most prominent river in Florida, the St. Johns River, 310 miles of it flowing south to north. Our anglers biting off about 110 miles of that for their efforts today to pick up the 4th trophy of the year. Bassmaster Elite Series earlier today. Well, of course, the first day, we're always on with our Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points leader. That man is Trey Mckinney right there, also a winner this year in a big way.
Yeah.
Down at Lake Fork.
Being from Carbondale, Illinois, Tommy Sanders, taking a look at earlier today with Trey McKinney. Sexy Dog topwater bait, shell bars and sandbars on the main river. Fishing from what he said is 2 out to about 15 feet of water. Big schools of bass. Said he was worried about the size. He's only been here one other time when he found these areas before our off-limits period. Said there was a lot of 3 to 4 pounders, not quite as many, but solid quality so far this morning. Being from Carbondale, I said, Trey, kind of dial me in on why do you know these lakes so well? I said, what's your home lake? And he said, Lake of Egypt, which is in southern Illinois, which virtually is like nothing that we fish on the Bassmaster Elite Series because I've been there, but this was moments ago with Trey McKinney. Uh-oh.
Don't worry about that a little later.
Oh, boy.
Hey, stop it.
There's nothing worse than a 2-ounce glide bait
bad,
to the
yo.
skull. What is happening?
I'll have to ask for your help on this one.
Yeah, you got it.
I think just keep it right there.
It's not happening. It's a
Keep
good
it
look.
right
Never
there.
happened.
4.
Little parrot talking there.
Green. Starting to feel a point.
That's good.
I feel like it's got me on a leash.
Hey, we've seen Brett Pruitt do it. He did not get it nearly as bad as Brett got it.
No.
Hang on, I almost got me. Yeah, no. Yeah. Man, I could be a surgeon. Straight up surgeon. Right there, guys. Clutch eco. Where are you going? Which way are you going?
Well, he was dancing with fire right there. What? Parents own a country western store. And I asked Trey, I said, Trey, what'd you do before the Bassmaster Elite Series? You mow lawns or any, like, he said, no, I would pop into the store every now and then and told me about, it's just so hard to get good help these days.
He did not say
He totally did. He totally did.
Trey upstream a good bit, farther upstream, which means south of Palatka, Florida. The man we're in the boat with all day today, still running.
Yes, he is.
John Cox. John Cox has got a definite target in mind, or several of them.
Yeah, I think he's probably, with no wake, I think he's got about another hour or so.
Oh.
And what's bad is Trey's worried about fuel consumption. John doesn't run nearly as fast, but probably doesn't have nearly as big of a tank. He may have to fill up. Did he say that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, he has to fill up for sure.
He has to fill up. But he said it's not the length, it's the no wakes.
Yeah.
That, if you remember back when Gary Klaus had that big day one stringer, it seems like a lifetime to get there, but John made the comment, he said, there's no way I could not make this run Literally, I was on the phone with him, and he said, what I'm staring at right now, I would never forgive myself if I did not try to catch them on day one.
Mark Menendez caught his 4th fish. He's over 15 pounds in the lead still.
I've only got one problem with Trey McKinney, and I do. It's a problem.
What?
I said, Trey, you being from Illinois, are you a big Bears fan? He said, no, I hate the Bears. And everything got real awkward and quiet. It got really awkward and quiet.
Let me guess, he's a Lions
Told you the
fan,
truth.
Since you're.
Why would he hate the Bears?
Big Chiefs fan.
Oh.
I know.
And it's already just...
Carbondale's Southern Illinois.
They're waking everywhere.
He maybe could be a Rams fan, but he was like 6 when they left to go to LA.
Mark my word, I'm gonna throw my jig out there and they're gonna be like, I'm gonna have nothing to throw at them. Or I could just stroke one on my jig.
What I never did throw up there. There's got to be something that they'll bite.
Kenny said he has about seven schools located on the main river.
Grab it. Dude, they're huddled around my jig. Nobody eat crawfish in this river? Like, dang, bro. Here they go. Where they at?
Oh boy.
Oh my gosh, my spook. It's unbearable. I knew they were gonna go before they even went. Dude, there's some giants down there. Unbelievable.
Boy, if he can get this going, he's pretty much, looking at our map and our competitors, he pretty much has that game to himself.
And one more time. Just for me. Nobody else. I'm sitting way too long, Trey. You know it too. Don't do it.
If I could just see whenever she swam into the bed, be fine. I mean, all this stuff's gonna be lit
Oh my
shortly.
gosh. They're just smoking the shad down there. One's about to come up. Ah, he ain't very big. Ooh, uh-oh, that's a giant. He's coming. Bruh. All right, if you cast with a trap and we're leaving. I got way too heavy a rod for this trap, but we're gonna give it a whirl. Like, way too heavy a rod. I don't think it's Only thing I got in my hand. They're playing games with me, guys. They're like, heh, heh, look at this. Look what I can do. You can't catch me, you can't catch me.
Oh, son of a gun. I don't know if I actually have it or not. I'm pretty sure I just made that up. Something felt odd.
Two hours into their day, half of our field has a fish on the Bass Track leaderboard, and then there's another 25 or so who don't have a ping, meaning unit may be out of service or they don't have one.
And some of those folks who may not have like a timestamp may just wait till they get all 5 and then input it themselves and things like that. So we should get a clearer picture throughout the day, but that about on par that we saw at the Harris chain.
TH Marine Weather Watch, a lot more stable than we had last week, or this week, tournament that ended Monday at the Harris chain. Very warm, 90 degrees, as Mark Zona mentioned, every day. Predicted 89, it says officially there, but don't be surprised if it pops the 90 mark, partly cloudy. 59 at night. It's late spring weather. It's very much late spring here. It's still really technically the first month of spring, but down here, you get close to summer quicker. No wind worries today, no rain worries today, apparently.
Yeah, it's a whole different world, Tommy, from when we start the season this year in the Opens at Okeechobee in February versus St. Johns River. You can fit most states in the country between those two lakes, how far they are apart in Florida. So February in Florida is a good time of year to be here, but South Florida is a whole different deal than North Florida. So late March, April is more when this river starts to fire in all aspects. And like Z said, if it's late spawn, that means the bluegill might be spawning, the shad might be spawning. You know, there's a lot of other things happening with this ecosystem.
Let's go back downstream and off through the lock to Rodman Reservoir. Rick Clun.
Rick, the only one we have on camera in Rodman today, and with what I tipped off with John Cruz winning for the most part of what he weighed in Rodman, I said, why did you not check any of it? He said that was a winter time deal, and he said I had no business going back and even looking at it this time around.
That was that fish, wasn't it? That was that fish that came up with it.
Stay off the targets. Don't get near them.
On the map, there's about 20 other guys in Rodman.
Did we just see Rick forward-facing sonar one right there, Tommy?
Could be.
What is happening here?
Hey,
he's becoming more proficient with it.
Absolutely, he's gone to learn.
Are we going Masters music?
Not quite, not quite.
No. It's the parade
Perhaps
of anglers.
Wind
Rodman
starts whispering
Reservoir.
through the
Rick Clun.
palm trees and the gentle breezes and the Spanish moss.
Tournament number 500.
Can only be that time of year.
Forward-facing sonar. Jerkbait fish. St. Johns River, Palatka, Florida.
Enjoying being with Rick Clun on this special week for him. Again, 500th tournament with the Bassmasters. We'll be following him all day long.
Stay away from those targets.
is the man.
Clun is the sport of bass fishing.
He's been the benchmark.
He won 4 classics. That in itself is like Babe Ruth.
This has got to be the most incredible classic we have ever had.
You can put him in the category of a Tom Brady, a Jack Nicklaus, a Michael Jordan, 1 in a million.
We live in a country where there are no limits.
He did it on his own. He did it his way. He still loves it as much as he did day one. He's been doing it longer than I've been alive. He's been fishing at the tour level at Bassmaster since the year I was born.
Rick has had an amazing career, and he's had such an impact on people.
He started the dream for millions of people.
Can't imagine what it's like to rig up for your 50th season
awesome, man.
with the Bassmaster Elite Series. Just incredible.
I don't think it gets talked about enough, and I know a lot of our viewers on Bassmaster Live. Rick is not one of those dudes that needs waypoints, wants information, on bodies of water. It's that does not get talked about enough these days. And Rick's first fish here, just before our commercial break.
Coming into his own, coming into form. This top 20 finish you mentioned this week at the Harris Chain.
And we were talking to Greg Hagney at the Bassmaster Classic about Clun, and he said, "You guys never been in a clique."
And we think we're just making an assumption, also waving off what we believe is cameraman Steve Bowman out there. Go on now, boy. Yeah, yeah, sorry.
Yeah. I like that, I like the fire still there.
That's right. Bowman, go on now. Get on, boy.
I'm down the road.
That is fantastic. We're not sure it was Steve Bowman, but we're just assuming it was.
Officially, probably, yeah. Look at this.
Okay. In my lifetime, covering Bassmaster with you and prior, I've never seen Rick Clun catch a fish on a jerkbait on camera.
That's right.
Besides those two. I'm dead serious. Can you remember any?
No. No, not at all.
I wonder if any of our viewers can.
212.
I mean, have we had him at Table Rock or the Ozarks or anything?
Well, he's caught 1 million on a jerkbait. I just can't remember one on camera.
No, not on camera.
Let's go, Tommy. Let's
Go upstream. Let's get out of Rodman, get back on.
John Cox is near Miami.
It's West Palm, someplace around there.
I believe he has made it.
Oh yeah, that's the end of the line for the fishing, right? De Leon Springs.
That was it.
All right, guys, we just got here. The ride wasn't too bad. It still felt like it took forever, but man, it's perfect out. We couldn't ask for it to get any better. And man, if you want to see, look right there. Those guys, don't know if we can catch any of them, but those are some nice ones. Yeah, so we're just gonna fish around in here. I think we're gonna get a good 2 hours, and hopefully we'll figure out how to catch some. I'll probably throw the general around some, and just see if we can't get some of these to bite.
Ahead of schedule. We thought it would maybe 3 hours. It's 2 hours and 10 minutes. He'll have to get fuel, so if he stops, that'll take time, but.
Ronnie, you're from down there, north-south terms. Where are we? We're south now of the Harris chain, or are we still a little north of the Harris chain?
I mean, you got to be almost eye level with it, how far south he is. He's down almost to his home, you know, like
very close.
You know, like your DeLand, DeBerry region.
Yeah.
If he goes any farther south than our off limits, let's just say he broke through the off limits, you'd go to like the most gator infested lake in the country, Lake Monroe. So he's not that far. So from maybe like the upper reaches of Yale and Eustis, eye level wise.
Also way upstream, the man who won already this year, Lake Fork, over 130 pounds of bass for 4 days of fishing, Trey McKinney.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Biggin. How big is that? That's a giant, guys. Oh my gosh, guys. It's a giant. It's a giant. It's a giant, guys. Oh, don't jump. Don't jump, guys. It's a giant. It is a giant. I'm talking biggin. It's a biggin. Oh my gosh, he's got it choked, guys. He's got it choked. Oh my gosh, guys. Oh my gosh. He's got it choked. Son, look at that Strike King sexy dog down the hatch. Son, right here, dude. Gosh. Dude, he jumped like over it and then like pounced on it. Maybe we might do all right this tournament. Dude, it's so deep. There we go. Dude, that's a giant. That's a legit freaking stud.
Buddy.
A freak. Yeah, a freak. Green. Get some more like that though.
Trey McKinney was very worried that his quality
We might be sitting here all
was gone off of some of these main river. And here's very interesting. The main river areas that he's fishing, we're not going to get into the
And I get to
exacts.
catch 5-pounders.
There is not an angler within miles of him.
How does that happen?
Gosh. I didn't know it was, I mean, I knew it was big. I just felt it go. I was twitching it and I felt it go, poof. I'm like,
I mean, we've seen this region of the river factor, you know, in past events, but it's
freak.
The only way to maybe explain it, Tommy, is probably the 2 days of practice. People put a lot of eggs in the Rodman basket, seeing how the trending with technology and how that lake sets up.
They were busting everywhere.
And because the water's not necessarily as low there as the St. John's.
And a lot of anglers in this field have not been here.
Right. Yeah.
So
McKinney put that in as a 5-pounder. He's got 12 and a half.
I was
He's
trying
up
to
in
not
second
lose
place.
crap.
4-pound call.
Striking sexy dog.
I'm not going to go 5 pounds
It's
on
a
that.
sexy
kind of maybe.
Yeah.
It's a 6-ish. Let's go.
See if he'll come up out of literally 18 foot of water.
Uh-oh. Sure.
As much as I thought the first Power Pull replay of the day was going to be De Leon Springs, it was not, my friend. Trey McKinney doing something different than the rest of the field in an area, as you said, Ronnie Moore, we have seen in years past, but pretty much zero pressure there besides Trey McKinney today. Shell bar, schooling bass in the middle of the St. Johns River. Can we have more of that, please, the rest of the weekend? Oyster color, sexy dog, getting it done. Said he just wanted to catch a couple 3-pounders, and we're not going to call it a 6-pounder, but it's that right there is pretty close. Power pole replay of the day, Carbondale, Illinois, Trey McKinney.
A couple of members of the Century Club side by side there. We got to see Rick Clun.
Oh my gosh.
Uh-oh.
Dude, they're all giant. They are 80% of them are like just freaks.
Boy, you knew watching him, Trey McKinney, on the open trail last year, and obviously what he did at Lake Fork. A kid is the real deal. I mean,
I've been getting texts from his mentor of team tournaments that they fished together in Illinois for 5 years. Like just,
dude,
hey, we met you at a classic.
No
You know
joke.
Trevor, his cousin. This is little Trey, and we fished together. You know.
I
for
did.
years.
I'm going to try to get the photo. I did a drain the lake on Lake St. Clair last week for prize winner, and there was a guide out there, a buddy of mine, been buddies for 30 years, Jerry Gostinick, and he showed me a picture of Trey McKinney wearing a tournament jersey. I am telling you, he is 7 years old. I am getting that photo for him.
I believe he had a TV show for a year through TH Marine. Like he did like 4 or 5 episodes, I believe. Luke Duncan was saying Trey's been in front of a camera for a long time, even though he's only 19.
That guide on Lake St. Clair texted me
Getting weird.
to keep your eye on Trey McKinney like 5 years ago. He'd been 14.
Yeah. One busting in front of Clun.
Yeah, they're kind of. We got the years covered here. First year, 50th year. Both of them Century Club members.
That's staggering. 50th year, first year. And obvious that comparing Trey to Rick Clun, but the potential's there, right?
He's got like one hook. It's a good one. Okay. There we go. Had one hook. Should call. It's not a giant, but. I don't know if I'll go or not. It might. Mm-hmm. Big time. Black.
Trey McKinney.
I love it, Tommy.
Not wasting time. Not wasting. Oh, you like it?
This music. I'll cry.
Okay, I know.
I don't know
I
why,
know you're
but I will.
susceptible to that sort of
I'm a crier.
Mark Menendez, though, the veteran on top, and the opposite of a veteran, the rookie, Trey McKinney. Tucked into second place right there. Ray Hanselman moving up the leaderboard. Kimura Livesey, Martin, Alex Wetherill. And into the top 10, Mark Frazier as well. Corey Johnston, and Matt Airy, who's done well here in years past. Just getting started into the third hour of fishing here on the St. Johns River. Maxam Tire Bassmaster Elite.
All right, guys, John Cox here. We are at the St. Johns River out of Palatka, Florida, and my bait this week is going to be a Berkeley Power Blade, and as a trailer, I'm using a flat nose minnow on it. And man, I'm going to take this thing, I'm going to throw it around docks, lily pads, trying to find a shad spawn first thing in the morning, and hopefully it will stay a little cloudy and it'll last all day. Sometimes you can't just find a spot and you'll actually have to change it up each day. You might have to fish different sections. So we're always moving around. We're just gonna try to pick what order we're gonna go different places, and hopefully it works out.
That's Pro Shop's top lures.
Tommy, he's not gonna get those conditions.
No,
he's not gonna get those.
This is the Maxam Tires Bassmaster Elite, fourth stop of the year here at the St. Johns River. So we are into our third hour of fishing here. Well into it, halfway through our third hour of fishing of 8 hours scheduled for today.
Yes.
These anglers started at 7 o'clock local time. And we were wondering about, would the rookies continue to show up big time this year like they have so far in the Bassmaster Elite Series? Trey Mckinney has put any doubts to rest.
Oh, they're still going. That's fine with me. We might crucify them here today, son. They're biting. Oh, no, never mind. Oh, shit. Don't flop. What's going on, y'all? Gosh, I'm so excited. This is so fun. I'm really doing fun.
Wish you had those pliers.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back and hunt that gar down. Like, I don't know if there's a gar season, but I'm gonna take him to court because that was very mean. Like, it was bad, dude. Like, he stuffed a hook in me. I mean, that gar should be ashamed of himself. I was actually scared. I'm really scared of gar.
Fun day watching Trey McKinney. So much action today also. Fun day because we're spending time with Rick Clun.
Yeah, well, he's literally growing up in front of our eyes, Tommy.
Yeah.
Adding large chunks of his life.
Growth spurt this year so far in 2024.
His facial hair now, it's crazy.
Rick Clun in the top 30 so far today, catching him pretty good.
Awesome morning.
Absolutely. First day of Bassmaster Live is always the toughest. This one is an exception.
It's got a good flow, man.
Rick Clun, it's the St. Johns River. It's the fourth Elite Series event of the year, but it's also the year of Mr. Rick Clun. 50th year with B.A.S.S, 500th B.A.S.S event. We will continue to state that as much as possible. Here at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, wanted to talk about Clun and some of the accolades that are just mind-blowing. Mr. 500 is what we'll call him, at least until next event when he's Mr. 501, and that's what it's 500 and counting. He has no plans of stopping anytime soon, so he'll continue to set the bar more and more for how many events he's fished. In those 500 events, he has 16 B.A.S.S. wins. 4 of those are classics. 123 top 10s alone. That is incredible that basically, you know, an eighth of his tournaments have been, or a quarter of his tournaments have been top 10s. 1988 Angler of the Year. He's weighed in 13,608 pounds on the dot after the Harris Chain event so far in his career. And then when we think about classic-related stats specifically, he's fished in 32 classics out of the 54 that we've had. He's done 28 in a row from 1974, his first classic, until 2001. He had made 28 straight, and he's got 11 top 5s in the Bassmaster Classic alone. At one point, he almost had the opportunity to go 4 in a row. He won 2 in a row, got a second and a third. Rick Clun, we will never see another angler like him, and it's something we're going to talk about all season long, but continue this event. What an incredible career it's been for him. And he still has something he wants to accomplish. He has won everything in the sport, but he would love to win a B.A.S.S. event with forward-facing sonar. He has expressed that. He would love to conquer that and learn it more and more. And at his age and his season, he's got no reason to try to learn it, but he desires to continue to grow. He's
going to have some opportunities the next few tournaments we have.
There'll be some real good tournaments for that, for sure. Cruz seems to always have a good tournament down here at the St. Johns River. He's most recent champion in 2022. He gets around the big ones when he gets down here.
Tom Abraham just texted me that Clun thinks total that he's fished 1,500 big tournaments, not just bass events.
I bet that's right.
And really, he compared it, talking to him yesterday, he said, I used to be just like John Cox. If I could get in a big tourney, didn't matter what it was, I was going to do it.
John Cruz has been with the Bassmaster Elite Series since 2006. That means every year he's got 2 victories. One came out of the California Delta. His second victory right here a couple of years ago on the St. Johns River, and he has a great history here.
Absolutely has great history. Majority of what he caught was in Rodman, what he called a typical wintertime pattern. But really what the amazing thing about that event is when he would make calls to leave Rodman. I remember calling this tournament with you guys. Every single call outside of Rodman was the right one during that event for John Cruz. Absolutely flawless tournament on the St. John's back in 2022.
Remember him before he broke through and won here, catching multiple, almost near double-digit bass here. This lake here. He just has an affinity for where to find it.
We normally cover defending champions on bodies of water, but he's also got a second, he's also got a fifth, and he's normally resonates well even in February, March at this body of water.
How about a Skeeter Boats Big Fish Alert? Kobe Krieger, 5 pounds, 8 ounces.
Kobe listed as one of our Florida anglers here. Florida anglers not doing so well last week at the Harris Chain.
We're just pecking along here. I'd already made about 3 or 4 casts with the other topwater before that one blasted at this thing, or at the other one. So we'll definitely make repeated casts on this thing to see if we can get one to commit. I was hoping with that one that blew up on it, maybe get a few other ones to get interested, you know. But it has not happened.
Well, one of those Florida anglers in this event, Cliff Prince, who we obviously have a camera with, said his first hour was so critical on that shad spawn gig. Not capitalizing, but boy, they got caught around him earlier today.
You'd figure, Z, possibly like those shell bar bites, those things off the beaten path that he's focused on when it was colder, that now, even though it's warmer and they may be doing other things, those fish moving post-spawn or shad spawn on those shell bar. Like those
Man.
offshore spots could still factor for
You
him.
know, what was funny was I talked to Scroggins a little bit the last couple days. He did not feel, and a lot of that shell bar game was going to be a big factor. It was going to be more of a shad spawn, you know, sight fishing deal like we're seeing. But the guy, obviously, the angler that's made it work so far in this tournament.
Oh, there it
on
is.
that main river, Trey McKinney. It's the music. The truck is
On fire.
Go
on fire.
Alex Wetherill moving up to 4th place with a 3-pounder. He's over 13 on the day. He's got a 410, one of his big fish.
Clun moving up during the course of the day. Pound 12. I said a pound 12.
Smallest fish, but it should get him in our top 10 early here.
It's awesome.
Wetherill culled again with a 3-pounder. He's up to 15 pounds, a couple ounces behind leader Mark Menendez.
Keep playing that music. I feel like Freddie Couples is going to pop up on the 17th. What?
It's kind of a little bit golfy.
I love it.
Yeah. Had some time with Rick at the Classic on our stage.
Yes.
Had a great visit with him. He's speaking of forward. He's always been a forward-facing guy in a real sense, in the overall sense. He's never got bogged down in sentimentality or nostalgia, things like that. But he said it's been really interesting this year to look back and really gain an appreciation for some of the things he's done that he's never had the time to do, to think about.
Something I heard it on Mercer's podcast with Rick was he said how much he has learned the last 4 years with forward-facing sonar has proved everything we've always thought is wrong.
Sand seam.
Very true.
And you just get your bait there, and they would just like lose their mind. I found it in pre-practice. That's why some people say, "Oh, don't pre-practice, don't pre-practice." I gotta pre-practice. I gotta see what a lake is. Bite it. This ain't looking good. Still a lot of them there.
And with another fish, a
start
2-pounder, Wetherill takes over the
come up,
lead.
went back down,
15
I saw
pounds,
it.
9 ounces.
Wow.
Bottom.
We talked about John Garrett last week winning after so many years in the opens of adversity and close calls and successes and failures. Alex Wetherill's right there with him. And I think Wetherill posted congratulating John because he'd fished against him for 5 years on the opens, and they had both been, high up and had those brutal moments. And so it's good to see Alex in his second year.
Definitely.
I already saw him at the top 10 at the Sabine and off to a good start here in stop number 4.
Cliff Prince, got a slow start to his day.
Yeah, Weatherall started the season 10th at Toledo Bend, but he fell down at Fork, 98th.
That ought to put him on the board right there. You got to pull for Cliff just about every time we come down here. Very big favorite, a great guy to be around, and sort of serves as an unofficial host down here at Palatka, Florida.
Day goes on, hopefully.
And this week is no different.
Oh man, I'm trying to cook up some food for these boys. We got some hungry fishermen.
It doesn't get any better than this. Great folks. And Cliff Prince is treating us to a fish fry.
We got cooking up some French fries, got some red snapper, got some gag grouper over there. We think to do it up right.
Just straight up tell me. I mean, I was a sandbagger for 23 years. You gonna win this tournament, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to. I'm gonna try.
This is good times, good friends.
That's right.
This is what we live for, right here.
The Maxam Tire Bassmaster Elite, St. John's River, Palatka, Florida, is sponsored by Toyota, by Nitro Boats, by Dakota Lithium, and by Humminbird. Great to have you along with us as our anglers get ready to push into their 4th hour of fishing already. Boy, it's going by fast on this day. Taking a lot of travel time from some of these guys to get to the places they've spotted as and identified as possible winning places here on this 110 miles of the 310-mile St. John's River, running from south to north. One of the farthest upstream is that man right there. Looks to be the farthest among our anglers that we're covering today. For sure is Trey McKinney, and that has proved to be a good move for him.
Dazzling morning. Fish still pretty aggressive for Trey McKinney.
Greg Hackney's fish all popped in. He's in 5th.
Okay, let's get it, boys. Let's get it. That's a good upgrade. Dude, the spook is it. I was afraid. Strike King, sexy dog. Every once in a while, they just gotta munch it. Blue. You know what that is? That's a 3-pounder. That's a 3-pounder. You know what that put us up in? That put us up in. It's called contention. Oh gosh, okay. Now, getting back. I might leave early.
Oh, don't do that, Trey.
No,
yeah,
not wise.
Not
wise.
And here's the scary thing. That is only his 2nd school he has stopped on. He's got 5 more in his back pocket.
Back to Cliff Prince, not far from his HQ at Palatka.
I believe high tide today is around noonish.
God dang it. Sapsucker.
Well, I lost 5. Gee. Guess I need to slow my ass down.
I hear you.
What did he say, lost 5?
Lost 5 fish today. Wow. Slow down.
Okay. Yeah, little alligator, yeah.
You wanted to see a big old bass flush that gator right there, didn't you? Yeah, I know. I know. Oh.
It's always been there.
It's always been there.
From Cliff Prince, let's, oh, Cliff stops losing fish. He needs to get a new trend going. Rick Clun, check it out, 14th place.
Yeah.
Nice. For our top 5 within 2.5 pounds, let's say. So far, nobody's been able to bust out, run away, and hide so far.
What if Clun made another final day here, just on number 500? Like we always talk about what it would be to win. Like the odds are higher here than anywhere else, but
we'll play that music on a loop.
Man,
yeah.
How cool would that be? What if he won with forward-facing? No, I'm just kidding. Too early. It's day 1.
And he is the only angler that we have on camera in Rodman, but there is, just to put in a perspective, there's about 30% of our field is in Rodman today. And I definitely listen to Drew Cook, and you talked about it a little bit, Ronnie. A lot of our anglers that don't have experience here.
He done dove.
And with the limited practice time, only practicing Tuesday and Wednesday, probably a lot of our field.
So basically, like I was saying, we're at a point of an island right here. And there's, every time current rolls, I'm looking, you got, every minnow jumps, you got to be on it. Because that's your best opportunity, like, by far to even get, I mean, these fish are, like, impossible to get to bite. So, like, when they're schooling, that's how basically I've caught anything size today. That's the key. But they're sitting in these sand rolls. I learned this at like La Crosse, Wisconsin, stuff like that. I caught a lot of fish in sand rolls. I was like, still a river, right? So I kept looking out here and kept looking. I didn't find nothing. And then all of a sudden I come across this. And I'm so glad. I think I heard them schooling at my other place. We're gonna run over here. Let these, the main thing is you gotta let them set back up. They're not set up and not schooling, good luck. You're better than I am if you can catch them. Way better. Thank you. But yeah, it's, I mean, literally we're so far right now, it's unreal how far we are. But we got 15 pounds, so I can't explain. Like this school, I don't really know why they're there. I was idling. Thank goodness I didn't have my AirPods in. And I heard boosh, 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 boosh. And I'm like looking. And I look right through that little gap and they're just like coming up like crazy. So I don't know if there are gonna be any size, but there definitely was size. But right now, the only thing that's killing me is time. Because I need to, every school I catch 1 or 2, they gotta set back up. They got to, or they will not bite, unless they come up schooling. And you gotta risk it because are you gonna sit there all day and hope they come up schooling? Or are you gonna go keep rotating? We've hit it really, really good today. They've schooled a lot today. A lot more than what I thought. So it's all current related. The thing I like about this, current's one way. There's no tide, anything else like that. I ran from the tide because it scared me. and I figured I'd find fish or something, catch them one tide, and then they're gone. Here, oh, about the guard jump. I thought I was getting all excited. I was like about to start casting. But right now, spook is the best thing, or sexy dog. Just because I can work it like crazy fast. And it's just making just splashes and everything else. I guess it confuses them. They don't really know what's going on. And I can cast it a mile. Let's see.
Peter Boats, big fish alert. Caleb Sumrall with a 6-pounder, the biggest of the day so far on Bass Track. He's into 4th place on 4 fish, about 14 1/4 pounds.
I need him to be.
Right behind McKinney.
If I get a 4-pounder,
I'll
be sitting really good. Okay, I need. Main thing is make your first cast your best cast. First cast, best cast. Remember that. That's like the most important thing ever. Don't wing it. First cast has to be your best cast. It's your best opportunity. Like by a mile. Okay, so see if I can.
A new leader, Corey Johnston, with his second 4.5 pounder. He's got 4 fish for 15-12.
I think the last time we were here, maybe, or maybe it was not 22, it was 21, but Caleb Sumrall caught like a 9-10 on day 1 and had the big bass for most of the tournament, I believe, until maybe the final day, but he's normally got a pretty good track record here.
I don't know why they're here. Oh. Great, look at them. Gosh dang it, they're looking at my spook.
None of our leaders downstream, which would be north of Palatka, no leaders north of Palatka.
Really?
No.
Come on. Come on. You can see how crazy I'm working my spook. It's going underneath the water, on top of the water, splashing. And then I'll stop it, kill it, pause it. Uh-oh. 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 Come on. Make sure they're over there. Hey. Maybe work it slow.
Tommy, I don't think there's any slow in Trey McKinney.
No, we have not been able to catch him being slow ever.
Oh!
Wow. Look at that.
Oh man.
That's a giant. That's a giant. Come on, guys. That's a giant. Oh, yeah. Not a giant, but... Let's get it. Come on, baby. So right there, like I said, I was working it slow. I had to get him fired. Ooh, he's mad. The whole ordeal is getting him fired up. So I made 3. Gosh, come on. 3 casts. Nothing. I changed it up, pause it over them, the main thing, you gotta let all of them see it. Most of the time, you want all of them. I think the first one was giant. But right now, guys, a 4-pounder's a giant, so I'm not getting overexcited. It's just, right now, those are giants.
It's awesome, man.
Wow.
Great camera work. That is so fantastic.
Cool. This last one is just a wow.
That is the real stuff.
Moving some water there, absolutely. Trey McKinney, what fun it's been to follow him so far this year, so far today. But Corey Johnston, unofficially the man on top of our leaderboard, virtually tied up with Alex Wetherill. Mark Menendez up there as well, and there's Trey McKinney. Caleb Sumrall, 6-pounder, biggest one of the day, page 2. Scott Martin, we saw him catch a 4-pounder earlier, close to Cliff Prince. Derek Hudnall, Justin Atkins, Rick Clun. On Rick all week, no doubt about that. Doing very well today. Good finish last week into this week at the Harris chain. Top 20. Coming into form at the right time here in the state of Florida. Site of one of his classic victories for sure. Full field of 103 out here today and tomorrow trying to make the top 50. We've got a lot of fishing yet to come in the St. John's. Maxam Tire Bassmaster Elite at the St. John's River, 4th stop of the year in 2024 for the Elite Series. Palatka, Florida is our headquarters here, but we're going way upstream right now. The river, that means going south. The river runs from south to north, and you're in a pretty little spot. A lot of day visitors. This little park here at De Leon, I believe that's the way you say it.
De Leon
Springs.
De Leon,
Florida. John Cox made the long trek today. Didn't take him quite as long as he thought to get here, and he's hooked up.
Come on, baby. Oh. Stay on there. All right. It's a little male. Got him in there barely. All right. Let's go back to that big one.
That is keeper number 1? Keeper number?
I think so. I think that is the start of it. John Cox has been a pro for a long time. Only his 5th year in the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Man, Rick Clun's 500th tournament. I mean, that's crazy. Like, I can't even imagine, making it that far. Just this is the stress on your body doing this, and just your mental state that he's been able to keep it together all these years is awesome. I mean, it's just, it just shows you that you're never too old, or what is this thing, your best days aren't in the past. I think of that a lot, and man, I hope I can catch this 10-pounder for Rick today. She is all over it. Come on, baby. I'm fogging up so bad over here.
The longer you've been fishing professionally, the longer you have been inspired by Rick Clun. Again, 50 years he has been a professional with the Bassmasters. Fellow Texan Clark Winlet can talk about that inspiration for sure.
My Rick Clun moment, I don't have just a whole lot of them, but one thing he did that was impactful to me, and I have absolutely no idea, probably my 3rd, 4th, 5th year of my career, he wrote me a note. Why he wrote me a note, I have absolutely no idea. But when I opened it up, I think I got it in the mail actually. And it was from Rick Clun, and somehow he got my address. And he was intentional to do it. And he said, hey, the gist of the letter said, listen, the one thing that you have in this sport is your ability. And don't ever forget that. And what he meant hey, there's going to be sponsor distractions here. There's going to be bad things that happen, but you're a really good angler and you can catch them. And it's not like Rick and I are close. I have no idea why he wrote me that. He probably wouldn't even remember that he did, but that's what he did.
That is so cool.
Great stuff from Clark right there. Rick having a good day.
I got a haggle over there.
Trey McKinney's last fish gave him the lead at 16/8, then Caleb Summerall caught a 4-pounder, get to 18 1/4.
A wave hidden in the log.
Tommy, do you remember that note that you sent to me 21 years ago?
Get close enough to see.
It said, keep your mouth off me.
that was a hand signal, I think, is what it was, not a note.
Go on now.
First encountered Rick Clun in '97, back when we were covering the old FLW tour.
Yes.
Ross Barnett and I'd never met him before. He's kind of been under the radar. He had started that season with the FLW, but this is about the third event of the year. And there he is on stage. I see him for the first, oh my gosh, he's here. He's doing it. He was doing great. Had the long ponytail and the big sort of jacket with all the pockets in it like that, and won the tournament. It was just, and made a great speech at the end of it there.
We've had a lot of fun with Rick. As far as fashion goes, he's a little bit like Madonna. He has reinvented himself multiple different times.
Lots of versions.
When he went pastel for the better side of 3 or 4 years.
Well, did you see the Ray Scott photo with him with the Classic trophy? Pink shorts?
Yes.
And the Classic.
Yes. I mean, there was a couple years, he was right out of Miami Vice.
That's right. Another memory was an Elite 50 on Lake Wissota up in Wisconsin, and people, you were talking about him, never seen him use a jerkbait before. He was fishing close to the highway, and people were stopping and taking pictures of him because that's the first time they had ever seen him use a spinning tackle.
I remember that.
You remember that?
I absolutely remember that.
Yeah. Back over to Cliff Prince. Slow start for him today. He's on the board now, though. He's lost some good ones. Got 2 fish now.
Oh my God. Yeah. That's 2 good ones I've lost over here.
Oh.
Seems like he's had some shots on goal today. It's just the way the fish is flopping for him.
One of those mornings for Cliff Prince so far. One of the anglers that needs to catch them. All right.
Man, what's that, about 6 we've lost? 2 3-pounders? Huh? I tell you. Got some hard head what we got.
Tommy, I gotta give you a Rick Clun real quick.
Okay.
I was playing Bago one time with Melissa Clun, right?
Yeah.
And you know, Bago's we play a lot, right?
Right.
It was so demoralizing. Rick walked up, he was standing next to me, and I was on a good tear, right?
Yeah.
And he looks at me and goes, absolutely takes 0 talent playing this game. And I'm not kidding. Like, it was the most offensive thing I could ever write. Jerry was standing there, and Jerry was laughing hysterically when he said it.
That's Rick has never had filters. He's
No.
had no use for them.
No.
Never had any use for them.
No. Surprising, though, he is absolutely addicted to fantasy football. Rick Clun.
No.
No, he's not. No, he's not, Tommy. No, he's not.
He didn't have internet at his house, Z, until last year, so there's no way.
We're gonna roll back up. They should be set up by now. Should be. Maybe. Okay, let's see. The whole ordeal, they just ambush. They sit about right behind these brakes, and as soon as like a little, I don't know why they don't eat like the big wads of shad. Like if there's like a little group of shad that come by, they're just, whew. They're like, got a hard on for lost shad. They're bullies. Well, they don't look that set up, but we're gonna try it.
We are 0 for 3 on our first 3 stops. Had 2 bites and a swirl. But just throw this little magic worm around. If there's any lurking around, you can usually catch some on that.
Did Cliff Briggs just lose another one?
Yeah.
Just trying to be real easy up to where that pair was. I don't want to disturb anything spooky. They were the female was a little bit spooky, but I kind of got right on top of them before I saw both of them.
Lord.
But yeah, we haven't seen a lot of boats on the river proper, which a lot of times is an indication. There's one. Little guy. Oh, thinks he's somebody. He thinks he's somebody. Thinks he's somebody. Oh, Amagatsu snapped him. Like it's a little tiny keeper. It's a keeperlet. Oh yeah, we got some flow going into live wells now. Nobody's bragging on this one, I can tell you that. But, you know, solid 13 ounces. All right, magic worm, let's keep working, buddy. So we just finally got on the board. It was just an add-on to the ones that we're getting ready to sneak up here and fish for. But sometimes you pull into 12 inchers, sometimes you pull into 11 pounders. So that's why you are ready at all times on the St. Johns River.
That's Trey McKinney's spot right there, live.
Interesting talking about those sand rolls and leaving those fish so they'll set back up. A lot of those fish early this morning on that sexy dog, after he would land one, he would pull those schools early this morning. And it's been interesting to watch how he'll let those schools kind of rest in that. Obviously not as active now as it was the first 90 minutes, so it will be interesting. Obviously, as of now, I mean, we're probably going to have a camera with him tomorrow, is to see how he can get these fish to activate after that morning spell. And the one thing that he said yesterday about these schools, he said, really, you can only catch one, and then the school gets jacked up, they break up, they pull off of what, where they were. But this morning, that was not the case. I mean, he could keep those schools going for several minutes.
Into our fourth hour of fishing here on the St. Johns River, getting close to midday. 8-hour fishing day for our anglers. 3 o'clock though, it's a long ways off, and that's when the weigh-in begins. Meantime, more to cover. Maxam Tire Bassmaster Elite at the St. Johns River. Close, heading toward midday here for these fishermen. Caleb Sumrall, the man on top unofficially now. First one to actually break out just a little bit from the rest of the pack. Trey McKinney right there with him. Corey Johnston moving up. Caleb Sumrall and Corey Johnston. I think we got our first look at both of them their first tournament down here in 2019. They both did pretty well down here, as a matter of fact.
Absolutely.
Caleb Summerall, I think he's going to qualify, Marzona.
Yeah, and really the scary thing, looking at your Mercury move of the day, Caleb Summerall from Louisiana. A little bit of history here, definitely talked about that a little bit earlier, but his two biggest bass coming really in the last half hour. Mercury move of the day, unofficially sitting with 18 pounds, 4 ounces, with a lot of time to grow, Caleb Summerall.
I'm not going to ask for anyone to opine about how many 20-pound bags till after we hit the halfway point.
Thank you.
That's right around the corner.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah. Our Humminbird unlocked the lake. Take a look at all the catches so far.
Exactly right. We're actually going to start up river here on the St. John's. Seen a lot of catches there from Trey McKinney. One to your right-hand side with John Cox and De Leon Springs. As you get towards Astor and the south end of Lake George. Remember the days where we would have all of those icons on Lake George? Definitely not the case this time around, but you take a look at Rodman getting some big play. A lot of fish catches in Rodman, as there always is. Headed downstream, heading north right now towards our takeoff there in Palatka.
Oh, scared me.
Exactly right. We did not show it, but there has been a lot of key fish catches in Crescent. Tommy Sanders.
Crescent's expected to play bigger this year. There are a few north of Palatka now. Just a few. Summerall and Corey Johnson are side by side in one area.
Unlock the lake. Tommy Sanders.
Such, I'm assuming we have about 25 who are not registering.
Yeah, we got about 75 who have recorded fish on Bass Track, and a couple under that to our 103rd spot have time stamps, but a lot of them don't. Most of them don't.
Live coverage.
Oh my gosh.
On location with Dave and Davey coming up at noon Eastern time today.
Oh, yeah.
Back here in the
Dude, if that
studio
one
with Mark
eats it.
Zona, Ronnie Moore, and Such Sukhan at 1 o'clock to take
That was
all
a
the way
giant.
to 3. Weigh in at 3.
That was huge. Gosh, I almost just got to sit here and wait. Here they go, here they go. What? Come on, come on. Well, guys, they're trying to school, but they haven't got going. If they get going, we'll be fine. I just need them to go a couple more times. And land it right in their mouth. I think a lot of them, see, these are spread out now. They just got to get together. If they get together, I have a chance to catch them. They're literally 30 to 100. Uh-oh, here they go, here they go. I didn't throw far enough. That's a giant.
Big fish coming from Matt Area, 6-pounder, gets him up to 8th place.
Oh my gosh.
Almost 13 pounds.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Being able to know when fish
Bit of an
are
advantage,
getting
isn't it?
ready to school.
There's my chance, there's my chance, there's my chance.
Super crazy.
Here it goes, here it goes, here it goes. Come on. Come on. Eat it, eat it, eat it, eat it. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Just gonna have to sit here and wait. And actually hit him. I missed him bad. Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. Yeah. Come on. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I'm talking like all of them shot up off the bottom. I thought it was getting ready to get nasty.
Well, you could tell you do not have a lot of time. You watched a lot of his fish catches earlier today. If you miss it by a split second or a few inches, you are not going to catch these fish.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That is a giant. All it is coming across the right fish with this glide. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. They're all over. Here they come, here they come, here they come. It's all timing, every bit of it. They can come up scoring right now and catch 2 5-pounders. Like, that's just the unfortunate part about it that I can't do nothing about.
I'll say it's crazy how forward-facing sonar is being utilized on the Bassmaster Elite Series and teaching us, showing us fish and different things. My first ever days in the boat with forward facing was in the fall of 2016 at Lake Hartwell, and on our second day we won a one-day tournament by waiting for fish to come up, and we casted topwater right when they started schooling at Lake Hartwell. So it is crazy how much it's come now that you know.
Yeah.
Size of the fish.
It's an advantage to know when a fish is going to come up busting.
These bass are saying, did or did not that lure hit the water before we broke the surface? Claude, back me up on this.
Absolutely.
You know, what's happening?
There we go.
He got one. His third fish.
He ain't big, but we getting there. He wasn't coming off.
Cliff Prince trying to make up a little ground. Lost some good ones so far today. We're enjoying this day so far. First day at the Maxam Tire Bassmaster Elite on the St. Johns River. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. We got Mark Zona, Ronnie Moore, Mike Such-Sukon in here. And as you predicted, we're getting to see a lot of ways to get the job done. We always like that.
Yeah, I think one of the cool things about coming to the St. Johns River this time around, it's eerily similar to, you know, the tournament that we had last week at the Harris Chain, is every time that we've been at the St. Johns River is you're dealing with Florida strain bass, and, you know, about every 3 days in February, you have cold fronts. So you would see dips and dives. The interesting thing, number one, if you looked at a lot of the local tournaments here the last couple of weeks, monster stringers, 25 to all the way up to over 30 pounds. So, the great thing is to cover a tournament here, and we kind of kicked off Bassmaster Live today with the diversity that we're going to see, and we've obviously seen that so far, but not having one of those gut-wrenching cold fronts will be a different twist for us in this tournament, Bassmaster Live.
And of course, we're enjoying very much spending the day with Rick Clun, and we could just show him all day.
Yes.
And it would be a worthwhile day. There's so much Bassmaster history. You know, you think of Ronnie Moore, you think of the Bill Dances and the Tommy Martins and Roland Martins. They're all, Bobby Murray, still very much relevant in the world of fishing, But this is the one of them who's still fishing, still competing out here.
It seems like there was a good group of anglers at the beginning that loved fishing, but it wasn't their every fiber of their being. But Rick Clun was the first of that generation that it was everything, you know, competition-wise. And we've talked about it in interviews with others that he is kind of the bridge and the fiber between the Bill Dances and Roland Martins to then the bridge to Larry Nixon, bridging to Denny Brower, to Kevin Van Dam, to the current Elite Series guys. Rick Clun has been there every step of the way, and so it's very cool to see his progression over the years for sure.
And Such, you've been covering this story, this 50-year story, with everyone else at Bassmaster.com. You've run across a lot of stuff I've never heard of before, but it's really interesting.
Yeah, talked to Clun at the Classic, and he was saying that there's too much hoopla for him. You know, his grandma always told him, don't toot your own horn, but he said this 50-year look back and all this attention has made him kind of reflect, and saying he missed a lot of the folks that have been, you know, part of his success. It's not just been all about him. I got some crazy stories we hopefully we'll talk about during this week about him flying on Air Force One and fishing with the bushes on Ray Scott's Lake. It was a really cool experience, and Corey Johnson just took the lead, his fifth fish.
Oh, nice.
While getting in a lead change, not bad, Such. I'll tell you, one of the cool things talking to Rick is I said, do you love fishing tournaments as much now as all the way back in the 70s? He said 100%. He said, really? He goes, this is very, very interesting. He said the one time it really registered how much I missed it is when we had a little bit of postponement during the pandemic. He goes, it clicked during, you know, the beginning of that lockdown, because we cranked up the machine shortly after that. He said, that's when I realized when it was taken away from us, when it was taken away from me as an angler, he goes, that's when I realized, man, I'm still, you know, invested in it. And looking at these trophies and stuff and the money that Rick's won and all that, he said, really, it's never been about beating another angler. It's been about pushing myself mentally and physically. That's what I've loved most about this. So.
He has, of course, we saw some footage just a moment ago of him setting the all-time record for the Classic that went at Pine Bluff Harbor, and making that speech in front of Bill Clinton and George Bush, two future presidents, and both of them looking at him like, man, I wish I'd said that.
Yeah, Ray
was
was worried about what he was going to say. He said, you want me to write down something so you can read it and memorize it?
Oh,
and
yeah.
Rick said, I wouldn't be able to memorize it, and Rick said, I came up with that.
Picture of Rick Clun. Is that not the same hat they told us in the truck?
Exactly,
I don't believe
same
him.
Hat.
It's not the same.
He's had it refurbished many times.
Grew up in the Houston area, went to work for Exxon, computer specialist, had a great job. Fishing was stronger, and it sacrificed a lot to commit to fishing full time. But you think it's a risky move now? Back then, it was outrageously risky.
Selling a rifle to get enough money for airfare to get to the central location where Ray was going to fly him out for the Mystery Lake Classics, and just almost even asking, like, hey, can you just advance me some money that I'm going to win this week so I can make it there? And the sacrifices he's done.
Lost his house, some trivia on all that, Ronnie.
Science of it, you know, him talking about learning pattern fishing and the science behind Roland Martin developing things, but how he would go to the biggest creek on the lake in the fall, in the back of the creek, just to start there, and that was where he, you know, landed. And then obviously we talked about the Kissimmee Chain Classic story at Toho, looking for the lock to go to Lake Kissimmee, can't find it in the fog, and lands on a stretch of grass for a buzzbait 7-pounder.
Yeah, the biggest creek plan was what won him Gunnersville, his very first Classic. As everyone else kind of looked puzzled, he said, I think I know what to do. Up on the plane when they made the announcement, he said, I know what to do.
Yeah, he studied backs of creeks.
Yeah. Northland
spinnerbait.
Daily Trivia, of course, it's going to be Rick Clun related. Where was Rick Clun inducted into the Bass Fishing Hall of Fame? Was it in Springfield, Missouri? At home in Ava, Missouri? Was it in Hot Springs, Arkansas? Or was it while fishing on Bull Shoals? Where was he inducted into the Bass Fishing Hall of Fame? Think about that. We will be back to the St. John's for more. Day one. The Maxam Bassmaster Elite, the St. John's River in Palatka, Florida, sponsored by Mercury, by Power Pole, and by Progressive Insurance. Yeah, let's keep the trivia train rolling here. We posed a question just moments ago. Rick Clun related. The Northland Daily trivia question was, where was Rick Clun inducted into the Bass Fishing Hall of Fame? Now, we know the Hall of Fame is now in Springfield, Missouri. Rick's also had a connection a long time with Springfield, Missouri, lives in Missouri now. Was it there? Was it Hot Springs, Arkansas? Was it Ava, Missouri, where he lives? Or while he was fishing on Bull Shoals? Mark Zona, what's the answer?
Well, hey, cowboy, I'm going D. While he was fishing on Bull Shoals. That makes most sense to me.
I know that, and that's why none of them make sense to me. But go ahead. I don't think it was Springfield. Could have been.
Is it where the Hall of Fame was, or where? Yeah, I'm just going to say Hot Springs. I'm going to say Hot Springs. That's the most off-the-wall one.
Really?
I'm going to go with D. We'll just see what it is.
Ronnie Moore.
Hot Springs, Arkansas. I guess the Hall of Fame was there for a while.
Better at trivia when I guess.
They were going to build a facility there as well.
Larry Nixon, Homer Circle, I see there.
First class, 2001.
Bobby Murray, Roland Martin, Forrest Wood. Ray,
say that again, Sue.
Rick.
First induction class in 2001.
Wow.
And they were looking to build a facility in Hot Springs. The funding didn't come through, and Johnny Morris took over a few years later and built it up there in Springfield, Missouri, at the Wonders of Wildlife.
How about that?
What a group.
And now you know the rest of that story.
Woo. Our friend Mark Zona and our producer,
yes, Mike
leaders,
both headed into that hall.
Getting in there.
They'll be a Springfield inductee, both of them. That'll be cool.
Are you gonna have tassels this fall?
I'll see in that tuxedo that Roland Martin was wearing. Gave me ideas.
Not going to do a Luke Palmer at Night of Champions there.
He's actually a lot bigger than I thought he was up there. We gotta kind of make do with what we got right now, you know? Because we can't really do nothing. Old front flapper to the snoot.
Got a pick of that front flapper for you, Ronnie. See if we can.
Little Norries.
Two.
I had to give Drew a hard time. I called him the other day and said, hey, you're going to be live. I haven't had to use your photo this year, so this is the first time that I'm using it. He let me know that he expects to be in the top 10 and that he's not is a little bit frustrating.
Here's a big fish from Brad Watley, 10th place last week, the Harris Chain. He caught a 6.5. It's his first fish.
It's the biggest so far, right?
Biggest of the day. Phoenix Boat's Big Bass leader.
Phoenix Boat's Big Bass.
6 pounds, 5 ounces.
Big stage, big dreams.
Yes, absolutely. Big winner in 22 here, John Cruz.
John Cruz, our defending champion here at the St. John's River in 2022. We talked about it that this is the 9th Bassmaster Elite Series event that we've had at the St. John's River as we're bringing it into the studios at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. The 9th Elite Series event that we've had. The first 4 that we had, 2011, 12, 14, and 16, all happened in the month of March. 2019 through 2022 all happened in February. We've seen a lot of different things change those weights over the years before Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing and Falcon Rods drained the lake. We saw a lot of people go all in on the people who've had success here in the past. That's normally a train of thought, but with limited practice time, a rookie class that's never been here because we skipped 2023. So there's 2 years of classes. The rookies haven't been here, and last year's rookies haven't been to the St. Johns River. So it may lend an advantage to some of the guys who have been here before, and we saw that in the percentages. Our 4 defending champions that are currently still in our field, John Cruz, Rick Clun, obviously Rick winning twice, Brian New, and Paul Mueller, all have had different flavors. We saw John Cruz manage the river and Rodman, balancing both of those regions very well in 2022. We saw Rick Clun right there at the kind of the mouth between Little Lake George and Lake George in that Palatka area. He has really utilized that, and he used an area closer to takeoff in one of his victories. Brian New was all the way at the south end of George, or where it flows into Lake George, since the river flows from south to north. And then Paul Mueller went as far north as we've seen someone go towards Jacksonville, and that was a 3-day shortened event. So if you look back in the Bass history books, why Rick Clun had 90-something pounds for his victory in 2019, then you see 70s as a pretty good estimation on what we'll see. That 3-day event, brutally cold and shortened, only a 47 weight, 47 pounds to win that for the winning weight. So those are our 4 active winners in the field for the St. Johns River for Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing and Falcon Rods Drain the Lake. They really did get a lot of the percentage early on, but there was still some uncertainty. A lot of Floridians that were chosen at the Harris Chain, Tommy, really let people down.
Yeah, they did.
So it kind of scared some people off this week as well.
Rookies besides McKinney, the next one is Wesley Gore in 37th place right now. Robert G's right behind him in the 40s. Well, Ben Milliken is up to 18th now.
Well, I was hoping to see John Cox catch that 10-pounder for Rick Clun today.
Yeah, that's.
He stayed on it a while, but
he doesn't have unlimited time.
So that is the biggest problem for John Cox. He's probably got another 90 minutes fishing-wise.
He and Drew Cook both sort of casting their lots with the side fishing.
Yes.
The spawners hasn't worked out so far yet today.
Which is kind of a, normally when we see these spawning events in Florida, you see anglers head from takeoff to their biggest fish or the one that they think they can catch the fastest off bed, and there's no other patterns going on. For those who went straight to bed fish, they missed the possible shad spawn this morning if they,
No doubt.
Maybe they, so.
No doubt. We're going to see that tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
We will see that shad spawn tomorrow morning, for sure.
I think it's fixing to be where I can see it, maybe. But I need to catch some more fish. Because, I mean, if he gets down here at 12, and it takes an hour and a half, I mean, it's pretty much time to go, you know? Catch that big one. Yep. No.
Kobe Creek right there.
Yes, sir.
God, this sucks.
Mark Menendez just landed his 5th fish, a 4-pounder. He's over 19 pounds right now. 2nd place.
That is a scary area if you're a betting bass for Kobe Krieger and Drew Cook to be the ones.
Excuse me. Not much. Weighed 1 pound.
Always amazes me that these fish spawn from November, December, all the way to April or May. to where the land I live in, it happens for about 16 days.
16. Wow.
But it is so magical.
For the largemouth. The smallmouth actually will do it for, smallmouth will do it for several months, but the largemouth is a different game up north.
Still a ways off from that, I'm assuming. No.
Oh, getting close.
Or is it getting started?
I saw things on Lake St. Clair where it was starting to get tender and precious.
Now do snowstorms in May set that back a little bit, or do they just keep on trucking because
they'll keep on trucking. Uh-oh, he is hooked again.
Right in the arm.
Oh dear. Fourth place, Trey McKinney.
Here we go again. Let's see.
Tommy, have we had somebody hook themselves twice in one day?
Not yet. We do now. Bear in mind, we got about 25 anglers who we're not getting a signal from, so this is a sort of a partial look at the unofficial leaderboard as it stands right now. And Corey Johnston, Canada, both he and his brother did very well, impressed a lot of people when they debuted here.
Yes.
Back in 2019.
And they backed it up since then.
Yeah, they have backed it up. They have fulfilled their promise for sure, to say the least. Greg DePalma now leading the second 10. Includes Brian Schmidt, Lee Livesey, who started at the top there. Scott Martin, Ben Milliken, Such mentioned, moved up into our top 20.
Really cool thing that we're, kind of looking ahead, looking at Friday's day 2 of competition. Great thing. If it kind of set where it is right now, we're going to see a lot of different areas, which is very usual here on the St. Johns River. Since we've seen kind of the disappearance of Lake George, we're going to see a lot of the system tomorrow.
Jordan Lee had a good tournament, the Harris Chain last week. Rick Clun still hanging in there in our top 30. Clifford Perch, we saw him catch a big one here a couple of events ago. Cody Huff, good tournament. A couple of good tournaments so far this year. Seth Fider, waiting for him to catch fire this year.
Exactly.
I asked Cody Huff if he was in it to win it on the final day, and so was Rick this week, if he would just I'm just going to let you win this one. And he said, yeah. I just don't know if I can get everybody else in the top 10 to do that as well.
Well, if you look at the weights, though, it is the haves, have-nots right now.
Yes. We got a few halves at the top. And everyone else waiting to catch fire on this day. There is plenty of time left in this day, more than 4 hours. Back to Trey McKinney.
Oh, yeah. Where's he going? Where's he going? He's got it. Whew, come on. Let's get it. All right, boys. Down the hatch.
Get enough of it, Tommy. Tommy cannot get enough. Awesome morning of fishing for day 1 on the St. Johns River. Oh, Trey McKinney's going to be a little bit of a headache this weekend, isn't he?
I think he's going to be a problem all week, don't you think?
I'm going to say forever. Long after we're gone.
He has got something special, that is for sure. We'll talk about the rookie wall, which is what you got to climb over this week.
I guess.
That has been established here in 2024. No one's been able to really step over that wall.
If you're gonna win Rookie of the Year, Tommy, you better almost win, or you better win Angler of the Year. That's the way it's trending.
Angler of the Year. There's your leader right there, Progressive Angler of the Year points. Trey McKinney, without a doubt, probably unofficially, in real time, extending his lead in that race right now.
Great action.
Oh my God.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
We got the live mix coming up Here for the next hour. After that, 12 noon Eastern Time, it's going to be Dave and Davey. Dave Mercer, Davey Height with on-location coverage. Looking forward to that as well. We'll be back here in Bassmaster Studios by Marathon for the final 2 hours of fishing on this day. So stick around. Bassmaster Elite Series in St. John.
Okay. Gosh, it looks good right here. Look at those fish. Gosh, a lot of them pulled off. Jeez. Yeah, I mean, they were so aggressive yesterday. I don't know. It's like it was a lot muddier though. But there was more. There was a lot just on bed that I'm not seeing, besides those couple we couldn't catch.
Since the early 1970s, the B.A.S.S. conservation agenda has remained focused on issues related to fisheries and aquatic research conservation. In the early years, it meant taking legal action against industries polluting our nation's waterways. Today, the agenda has grown more complex. The backbone of our effort is founded on a grassroots core of B.A.S.S. members and those belonging to B.A.S.S. nation clubs across the country, always on the lookout for issues that have local, regional, or even a national significance.
Welcome to Smallmouth Disneyland, yes.
Bassmaster Elite Series anglers received fish care training from conservation directors Gene Gilliland and Barb Elliott before an event, focusing on handling deep-caught smallmouth bass. They learned how to fizz bass that struggled to stay upright inside live wells due to inflated air bladders when brought up from deep water. Fizzing involves inserting a needle to release air from the bladder, improving buoyancy and circulation, and most importantly, keep the bass alive.
When they come to the surface, that swim bladder swells up, and bass can't burp. So that swollen swim bladder puts pressure on a lot of the internal organs, on the heart, on the circulation. We need to relieve that pressure, and we do that by inserting a hypodermic needle into the side of the fish, releasing some of that gas. That allows the fish to maintain a neutral buoyancy, a more natural position in the water. When those fish are released, they can go back down to the depth that they choose to be able to be more comfortable. If we don't do that, especially if we don't do it early enough in the fishing day, those fish can be compromised. What we're encouraging anglers to do now is to take care of their fish in the boat, to do their fizzing. And we've got a special training video that explains that whole process. It's very simple. For people that haven't done it, it's a little bit daunting to start out, stick a needle in the fish. But once you've done it a time or two, it's a very simple process, and it can really make a difference in the health of those fish after they're released from our tournaments. Now, when we release those fish, they can swim down and get into a comfortable zone where they can recuperate.
Anyone who has ventured to the depths of a swimming pool is familiar with the sensation of pressure on their ears. A fish's swim bladder plays a crucial role in maintaining buoyancy.
So what we have to do is provide a way to release that gas, and fizzing the fish with a needle is one way of managing it.
We have the biologists down here fizzing them. If they look like they need to let the air out of them, they will. So I actually have a fizz needle too. So if you were a bass in the Elite Series and you get captured and put in my boat, you're going to have a pretty good day from then on out, because it's our goal to make sure we keep as many of them alive as we can, and I'm really proud of these guys for doing that.
Fish care is such a pivotal thing in bass fishing tournaments. We are stewards of the resource. It is of the utmost concern that we take care of our fish.
That reamer will go right out of the way. You don't even have to worry about it. It can stick way out there. The minute you start putting it into the skin, it clears itself. And you go in at a 45-degree angle like this, and then once you pierce the skin, you make it 90 degrees from the surface of the fish and plunge it just as deep as you can, especially in the bigger fish. Make sure that reamer is tapped all the way down through there. Take that reamer out and you have bubbles.
And if any of them need a little extra time, by biologists, Bassmaster tournament staff, they'll spend some extra time with them just to make sure that the resource gets back on the water and it's there for you guys to catch for years and years to come.
When it comes to fizzing largemouth bass as opposed to smallmouth bass, the procedure is slightly different, as Barb explains.
Now, largemouth, the landmark's a little different. The fizzing point is farther back. There's a notch between the hard, spiny fins, the soft fins on top, and you take that notch and you draw a line to the anal pore, which goes right about here on this fish. It's more straight up and down instead of such a diagonal. And it still comes off the fin. You pierce the same way. You get under a scale, the bevel point of the needle up, and plunge it in. Remove the reamer, and there you go. And you just do it till it's neutrally buoyant.
Without her fizzing classes, the conservation team makes us take the classes, makes us fizz these fish, deflate the air bladders to where they're sitting comfortable for a few hours in our live wells. We get to weigh them in comfortably, and we release them right back to the lake for my kids and your kids to enjoy over the next few decades.
For a detailed explanation of fizzing both smallmouth and largemouth bass, check out the videos on the Conservation News page on Bassmaster.com. When you join B.A.S.S, you get more than just a magazine and a membership card. You become part of a society and are supporting more than 50 years of natural resource conservation. We encourage you to get involved.
There was one right there. So. Come on, you piece of shit. Yeah, that's about enough of that shit. Fucking, I got a motor on the back of this bitch for a reason.
at Harris, the water quality was not good, and you know, all the fish were pretty much post spawn, and they were struggling, man. The few good ones that I caught were rough looking, you know. I don't know, them spraying or just all the above, you know. I think it was just a junction of everything. They did have what I hear, a fish kill down there, and probably the survivors just didn't survive well, you know.
Well, because I was in an area where the shad were actually coming out of the water on the shore, and the birds were just picking them up. You know, so it's not like a bait problem, I don't think.
Yeah, right.
That was the first time I've seen that. It was just gorgeous up there.
Kind of like what we seen this morning down there on them cypress trees.
Yeah, exactly.
Casting sucks.
All right. Well, we made us another change. Bumped over here to Crescent just to go ahead and catch some fish. It didn't take long. We caught a 2-pounder, which is good. Not as good as a 3-pounder or a 4-pounder, or 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 or 9 or 10. But it's progress. So I'm just making my way between these docks with the buzz bait, see if we can't get lucky, get a good one. My guess is the other guys may not be throwing the buzz bait around in between these, so maybe that'll get us a chance to get a better one. Oh, Osprey got him something. Whoop. Gotta get it under there. Ooh, I saw a boil under there. I think that's a boil. Bite it. Whoop. Spun her around. Nobody home there. Wait, what is... It's the second boil I've seen up under that dock in the same spot. We'll give them a little taste of wacky. See if that's what they want. Maybe not. Maybe not. See if we can get us a couple more decent ones. How about you, Doc? What's up, Doc? Got just a puff of a breeze here blowing out of the north now. It's like it switched directions. It was kind of puffing out of the south. Those reeds look pretty, but there's inches of water on them. Oop, didn't do it. You're supposed to skip. Bite it. Come on, baby. Come on. out there and get bit.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Welcome back. Welcome back to Maxam, Bassmaster Elite. You can tell we are in sunny Florida in April, a different time of year than we're typically here at the St. Johns River in Palatka. And I have a different time of year. I got a different guest, Steve Bowman. Appreciate you being here with me.
Y'all are reaching for the bottom of the barrel when the Canadian flu hits Mercer and you pull up an Arkansas redneck. There's something that's going on, man.
Oh, I don't know about all
the world's
that.
falling apart.
I don't know about all that. But anyway, Dave Mercer was at takeoff this morning, feeling a little under the weather, and I think he's feeling a little more under the weather right now. We miss him. Hopefully he gets better here real soon before weigh-in time. Everybody wants to see Dave Mercer doing that. But good to have you here. You've been here a whole bunch of times in the past, usually earlier than this. Tell us about what you think about this rookie class and the guy that we got the camera on leading the Angler of the Year points, the Rookie of the Year points. Trey Mckinney has really been showing out all year, and especially here today with a camera on him, seeing some schooling fish. It's like he goes from one fishery to the other and catches them many ways. Here's Trey McKinney moments ago.
Gosh. Big and whole, son. Oh my gosh, guys. Oh my gosh. 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 I mean, it's huge. Oh my gosh. No. He's on. He's still on. He's still on. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Ah!
It's good.
Woo! Sonny chicken. Ah, yeah. I was heartbroken. It got hung. I got my flip flops through the third toe. Oh. Woo! Hey, yeah, he said he'd never seen that done before, son. Holy cow, I mean, got hung up in the thing. It's an old shipwreck, and I might bring it out. That was crazy, guys. She come up and jump, I'm like, catfish. Because I can't tell you how many catfish I've caught, but you see how big that thing is? I see how big it is, I don't know if y'all. But oh my gosh, thing is huge. We're going back to weigh-in. We're done. Dude, in practice, I seen one and I was like, what is that? Like, and I caught a catfish, but I still thought it was a bass. And thank the Lord, I thought it was a bass. Woo! Okay. Holy cow. Freaking tank. I'm not even gonna weigh it.
It's so hard. I mean, it's 6, maybe 7, I'm saying. Post-spawn fish is hard to know for sure. I know it's big enough to move him up the leaderboard even more. He's been in the top 10 all day long, but that fish right there will definitely help cull his smallest fish that I think was less than 2 pounds. Same glide bait we saw a good bit of last week with Trey McKinney. So this is a great time to take a little break and recap what's going on with the Toyota midday report. about. Cliff Prince.
The Prince of Palatka. He's, you know, he is historically, the first year we had a tournament here, he did really, really well. And then it's always hit just wrong. Yeah. You know, it's just amazing that you come to your home water and you hit it the way he has. And I know it's disheartening for him, but that's not what he's going. That's not where he's sticking. Right? He may be 75th place there, but don't expect that to be the case.
Yeah, he's had some slow starts here before and then come back in a strong way. Lost a few fish today for various reasons, but we hope he can put a few of those bigger ones in the boat.
Now, this is to me, Drew Cook is the biggest surprise of the leaderboard. You know, he's in 70th there with 5 pounds, 3 ounces. But there's some of our leaders, matter of fact, our top 2, they're catching them off the beds. Yeah. And it's hard to beat that kid right there when there's sight fishing involved. And I'm blown away that he's there. I don't expect him to stay either, though.
No, he'll definitely move up. But here's something I learned through the years fishing this river. Number one, you know it's different when the water flows north. The water flows backwards, but the water level really, really adversely affects these fish on the bed. The tidal situation and the wind blowing. Next, 69th place unofficial. John Cruz with only 5 pounds, 13 ounces. Right. Don't think we'll see him in that spot very much longer.
You know, he won here last time, and the only difference is that he won here, and he always does well. You know, I think we had to catch an 11-pounder a few years ago. So, you know, it's been, you know, years run closer together for us old people, Davey. But it's been a while, but he always does well. He's won here. The difference between this and the last time he was in Rodman, the last time he won, and that's not Rodman.
No, that's definitely not Rodman. A little surprising that he is not in Rodman. Here's someone that is no surprise to everyone that keeps up with tournament bass fishing throughout the country, John Cox.
The thing I notice about Cox, every tournament, he always catches them late in the day. It takes him. He never starts off strong, but he figures them out. And he dials in. So 56 for him right now, and 8 pounds is just a standard start.
I really got excited talking to him this morning. He made a long run. Well, not really as long as it seemed, because it was about a 3-hour run, but only between 60 and 70 miles. He had a couple big ones on the bed that did not work out for him. Here's somebody who's having another good week. Had a good week last week at Harris Chain. All eyes on Rick Clun, his 500th Bassmaster.
Unbelievable. And watched him a little bit this morning. He's in Rodman, and you know, he's just doing his deal. You know when Clun runs by you, because he's going about 5,000 RPMs, where everybody else is going 58 to 6,000 RPMs, and he just kind of does it at his own speed, and obviously makes it happen. And it just blows my mind that he is still not just a competitor. That's one level of respect, but a legitimate competitor.
Yeah, and I had the pleasure of talking to him this morning before takeoff, and this 500th event is just as important to him as it was 400 events ago.
Oh, I promise you. I know it. And he's just great. And then we see this kid, and you asked me before we started this about this youth explosion. And, you know, the childhood enthusiasm, the childlike enthusiasm that some of these guys are bringing is really infectious. Yeah. You got to love that. Now, a lot of folks are, you know, they're saying old, new, old, young, this and that. But the reality of it is we started college bass fishing in 2003.
Yeah.
You know, we only started with 6 teams. By 2004, we had 36 teams. And then after that, it exploded. And then we had high school, and we have junior. Justin Hamner won the Classic. He is fishing big-time tournaments at 13. I was having a conversation with Cliff Prince. He didn't even fish a tournament till he's 27. Right? I mean, you know, you started at a young age, but so many of these guys of our generation, they didn't start till they were in their 30s. And now these guys that are 30, they've got more experience fishing tournaments than you know, the average cat did back in the day. I mean, you know, it's just unreal. The learning curve has gone way down.
Yeah, it should not be surprising, knowing that college bass fishing has been around for 20 years, that a 19-year-old is doing well on the Bassmaster Elite Series, because they have had the training, and they have had access to a wealth of knowledge that generations before them did not have. Taking a look at this, all the way the anglers are spread out, but the guy that's got the hot hand this morning and all year really leading angler of the year is Trey McKinney.
Well, guys, that was an unbelievable. I mean, we're going back to this morning. I was like trembling. Like, I've never had a morning as rough as this morning. I don't know if it was the risk. I don't know if it was not knowing what I was on. I don't really know what it was, but I was freaking out. And I'm speechless right now because I was like, caught the first 5-pounder on the spook. I was like, all right, we survived. We started fishing, we started catching three. I was like, son, we're getting better, you know? And I had a gut feeling to run to this place. Like I was saying, I've caught a ton of catfish in practice off this, like, you know, not anything. It's structure oriented. I haven't really caught many bass off like straight up structure, like something metal, a shipwreck, or brush pile, something like that. I've never done it. I haven't caught any off of it. And I threw it in practice, and I seen one swim off of it, 2 or 3. And I was like, man, them had to be big ones, you know, and it felt right. But then I picked up my glide bait and caught a catfish. And went halfway down the shipwreck, caught another catfish. So I was like, kind of writing it off. And for some reason, I don't know why, but on my run back, the Lord, I don't know, he does amazing things, but he just gave me a gut feeling that I was like, maybe, you know, what's the odds? You know, maybe you do get one of them to bite. Instead of fishing a school that you know you might catch a 3-pounder you'll need tomorrow, I was like, let's do that. You know, let's try to catch a fish off something I'm probably not going to fish tomorrow. And I threw up there, and she like, she swallowed it. I mean, it was unreal. I like twitch, and I couldn't see it because it was at 90 feet. And I seen like a streak. I was like, huh? And it just like railed it. So it's crazy. I don't know. I thought I lost her, guy. I mean, she hung me up in that shipwreck, and it's rebar and rusty metal, all sorts of crazy stuff. When she hung me up, I thought it was over, like overdone forever. And at that point, I wish I never even saw her. But maybe some things happen for a reason. I don't know. This year's been crazy. I don't understand it. I don't know how I'm catching them sometimes. I don't know. It's unreal. The Lord, I don't know what I always say in his plan, but I mean, it's unreal. It's crazy this year. It's been amazing. You know, I just love it. Going out and finding these fish, and like that, I was idling, you know, and I was just I listened to music, all that stuff, and I was like, maybe I should check it, you know, just little gut feelings like that. You got to trust, little hunches, and I'm glad we did. It's been unreal. I'm still mind boggled. I don't understand. I can't believe it happened. Like, I'm going back to weigh-in now. There's no reason for me to hook anything else. So we're headed back to the weigh-in. All these canals and rivers are got a speed limit, so it's going to take a while. So we might as well play it safe. I'll probably run out of gas here in a little bit, and I'll switch tanks.
So we need to go to one extreme to the other, huh? But I'm telling you, I mean, and I want to talk to you about this as I'm watching and listening to Trey McKinney, and I'm thinking about Rick Clun. Now, and the reason I'm thinking about that is and we're going to see Rick Clun now. The reason I'm thinking about that is he was talking about instincts and the instinctual and the gut feelings and the getting involved in the game and not understanding why he's really catching them. You've been in that situation where you just, man, it's just every move you make is golden. And this man has done it many times.
I mean, I can't complain. I've had, you know, close to 10 keeper bites, and I figure I got somewhere between 12.5 and 13 pounds. So I'm still looking for a good one. I could call a couple more, and it can happen pretty quick. The fish are, you know, they were schooling a little bit this morning, but these fish here are just, you know, scattered. But there seems to be pretty aggressive. So they just get around the right one. That's all it's going to take. Not really.
You'll notice.
Rodman, you know, if you don't have out here in the open water any hydrilla or anything, so they just get around this wood. But a lot of them today have actually been not on the wood I can see, but on wood that's, you know, that you really can't see. And but I've caught a few lately off, just right off the wood too. So it just became a game of math now. You know, if they're on wood, how many pieces can I hit between now and the time I got to head in? Because it seems like if they own it, I don't have to finesse them. They bite.
You talked a little bit about the pressure you felt this morning before takeoff. You feeling better now?
Well, yeah, because that first spot where they kind of were schooling, you know, it gave me 4 pretty quick, and it kind of, I knew I had plenty of time to, you know, get more. So that kind of took, you just didn't want to fall on your face, you know, in the mud, face down. And that happened when I got those quick this morning. It kind of took that away. Now I can just concentrate on, you know, how to maximize the best bag I can today. That last tournament in 2019, I almost lost it because I didn't maximize that first day. I caught 17 and left real quick because the fishing had been tough. And that's a mistake. You got to, even if you got 20, you need to move it to 21 and 22, because at the end of the tournament, it's just ounces or a pound that separates you. So even if you get a good bag, a lot of tournaments are lost once you get a good bag and people relax. And if they can push it up another pound or so, you know, they would have won.
Davey, you may have noticed this, but when they were showing the catches from earlier, that was flat calm. But the wind has steadily picked up on Rodman. I just left Rodman, and that changed the bite.
Oh, sure.
The fish started getting, and so you've seen that. I mean, and I think that will continue to build it over there. Well, coming into this tournament, Rodman was supposed to be the hot spot, right? And there's 30 boats over there, and they had to fight the lock. They all had to lock together. And it's a big place, but there's not really a lot of big spots. You know, you just got to roam, because it's just like what he's saying. You know, you fishing stuff you can't see, a log or stomp, a lot of old cypress laying down there, a lot. You know, no grass. There is some grass, but not much. Some lily pads, but not as much as you would think. Not as much as there's been in years past. But I mean.
So
the wind is steadily inching up, and that's going to change everybody's game.
And so basically you've had to kind of relocate what the fish are doing and what they're using currently. And, you know, so that's all I did the 2 days of practice we had. I kept looking water that, you know, I felt like I could catch some good ones in, and yet it would last several days. But I all too often, my best tournaments historically have been on water that I didn't have a lot of extra baggage. I wasn't carrying past history with me, so I didn't take a whole day of practice to get that history out of my system. I just started trying to develop what's currently going on.
Good. I was just thinking he's fishing nowhere near where he won those 2 events here just a few years ago, and he just answered my question. You know, it only took him not even a whole day to eliminate that area. It's just not happening there. It's not playing. Talked to John Cox this morning before takeoff, and he was talking about how good Rodman looks. Right. That short eelgrass, the water's good, vegetation's good, not overwhelming, right, like sometimes the hydrilla. I've seen it there where it, you know, really mats out by this time of the year.
And there is some hydrilla mats there.
Yeah, but not expansive.
Not like past, exactly. So it's just, I mean, and there are a lot of guys that were attracted to that.
Yeah.
But there's a ton of hardcover.
Ton of hardcover, and here's speaking of hardcover, how about a hard rookie to top this year so far? He said Trey McKinney, 21 pounds 6 ounces, said, man, everything's just kind of been crazy this year. Well, there's 102 other anglers that think he's been crazy this year. Corey Johnson not too far behind, saw him and Chris debut their Bassmaster Elite Series of career right here on the St. Johns River. Caleb Summerall, Mark Menendez, Wes Logan. We'll be right back. Maximum Bassmaster Elite on the St. Johns River.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live, the Maxam Bassmaster Elite at St. Johns River. Steve Bowman here with Davey Hyde, and there's so many things to talk about in this deal. And we got the Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year with Trey McKinney, and we've just swapped back and forth between Trey and Rick Clun. And Rick Clun said something about not fishing history. Trey has no history to fish. And there's got to be an advantage there in some ways, because you remember how it used to get loaded up in this deal. And we see this river now playing out to where there are boats scattered from Jacksonville to Rodman all the way past George and down river, way down. So, I mean, this is the most spread out I've ever seen. And so is that helping Trey, or is he's just got it going on?
I think everything's helping Trey and Tyler Williams, JT Tompkins, Kyle Patrick, John Garrett in 5th place, Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year. Trey's just he's fishing, unconsciously right now, and that's a good thing for him. And anglers get like that, and here's an angler that has been like that a lot in the Bassmaster Elite Series and other trails through his career, John Cox.
I fish unconscious a lot, but then I wake up.
Oh.
To reality.
God, they're chasing this thing.
John,
I just can't get them to eat it.
All right. What are they chasing, John?
Oh, that was a big one, too.
We mentioned earlier that he wasn't done. And obviously he's not.
Yeah, made a real long run to start on 2 big ones.
Well, that should be life. Even though the day's been so tough. Oh, it makes me so mad. So mad.
Me too, John.
Yeah, it's 5.
Put that man in what?
He's a 1-pounder.
But you remember.
What time you got now?
12:26.
All right.
When we checked in with him earlier, he was an 80th.
Yeah.
That was 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, you can.
That's how quickly it changes.
You can recover on day 2 from a 43rd a lot easier than a 80th place. But we didn't expect. In fact,
no,
you called it.
We knew it was going to happen.
We didn't expect to see him in 80th place. He rolled the dice a little this morning. Long run, but now he's settled in fishing a little closer.
Yeah,
seems like it might be a little better, huh?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how long, but it was around an hour that he fished for that first fish this morning. That he told me that he had found a 9-pounder and an 11-pounder. So it was one or the other that he spent a lot of time on this morning. And kudos to him to make that commitment, because if it works, he would be a lot higher up the Bass Track score.
No doubt.
In the 40s.
I'm going.
Well, he is catching them every cast now.
Why didn't we do that sooner? Tell me why. Why didn't we? I think we would have caught him.
How many times you ask yourself that, Davey?
Why I didn't do something sooner?
Yeah.
Oh, every day.
Every tournament. I mean, he's whacking on them.
Let's see what we got there.
If he were to start pulling in 4 and 5 pounders, then it gets real scary. You know, 'cause he's culling right now.
Oh yeah, he's
ounces really,
and he's still a long way. Just looked at the map there, and he's still a long way from check-in. So I don't think he's going to have many people around him. I think that's going to be a concern for John Cox.
I actually think that he is in a similar area where, or close to anyway, where Gary Klaus led.
That is correct. That is correct.
Come on, baby,
I mean,
stay
and
on.
that's.
We need you.
Uh-oh.
He is
Hold on, I gotta get
every
that trolling motor.
now.
I gotta have to run him down.
Uh-oh.
Oh boy.
Yeah. He's not exactly laying the wood to it, is he?
Oh, come on, baby. Stop that.
I think he might have
Stop
him wrapped
that.
up on a piling. There's some pilings there that he's fishing around. I think fish has him wrapped up around one, maybe.
Oh, he got it out. It's still a good one. Tell us.
Gosh, there we go. Finally got one of those good ones. Oh my gosh, and we are running out of time. All right, let's see. Next one I got. Probably red.
He did. He just
Definitely.
almost doubled his weight, maybe.
John
I don't
Cox absolutely made a big move here, and he's right. He's running out of time. About a 3-hour trip for him.
No kidding.
Only 60 to 70 miles, but a lot
of no wakes.
Well, no wakes and speed limit 35 miles an hour. The combination of those two. Said he felt like he would gas up going and coming from where he started there. So.
Well, I want to add, while he's doing that, I mean, one of the things that I notice in that, and I see you guys do this a lot, and of course we don't do this when we're fun fishing, but I mean, he fought that fish with his trolling motor as much as he did his drag.
Yeah, lighter line. Yep, for
You
sure.
have to
Light
do that.
line, you need to do that. No doubt.
I mean, he did not. I mean, he moved 360 degrees.
So this is moments ago with John Cox. He catches like 3, 4 in a row, like consecutive casts to go from about 80th place in the standings in Bass Track to with that largest one all the way up to probably about 19th place. I'm hearing. What a move in just a few minutes, and honestly, and you just heard John Cox say, I've only got a few minutes. To know that you've made this run, you've made this commitment, and you only have a couple hours to fish, and you're down to just a few minutes to fish, to catch this last one, and it had him wrapped up around some pilings, had him on light line, had to go to him with a trolling motor. Good for John Cox. Good things happen to good people, and John Cox is a good dude.
He is great. But the other thing that he said, you know, when he said, I've only got a few minutes left, you know, 5 minutes before that, he was like, why didn't I do this sooner?
Right.
So that's kind of scary for tomorrow, right?
Yeah, it definitely is. But can't blame him one bit for starting on one of those.
Oh, yeah, you got it.
10-pounders, 9 to 11-pounders. So, right. And knowing John Cox, he may not even talk about this, but maybe he thought he had this ace in the hole, so to speak, that he could go catch him a few, spend all that time on those 2 big fish and then go to this little area here. The water level being low has definitely changed. We've talked about it, spread people out, but it has changed the way this tournament is going to unfold, in my opinion. I've never seen it stay this low all day long like it has today. A lot of winds push a lot of this water out.
Well, explain that. I mean, I'm not sure I'm following.
Well, we had a lot of winds from the south, and and that's typical this time of year when it's warming up, and it pushes water out. We had just the opposite oftentimes when we're here in January and February, out of the north, and it makes the water come up.
Okay.
But it'll really, with this water flowing to the north anyway, those winds out of the south, and you guys were at Harris Chain, it blew.
Right.
You saw it firsthand, 30, 40 miles an hour for a day and a half, and then it kept blowing, 20, 25. So it takes it a little while, from what I'm told, to level back out and get what's normal. It just keeps, when that wind keeps blowing that water out, it's very different. And noticing those pylons there where John is, I'm going to dig into this just a little bit. It's probably an old barge tie-up.
Yeah.
And those pylons and those barge tie-ups are going to be on a deep turn or a deep little section of a creek or a river.
Okay.
So with low water conditions, these fish are really going to gravitate to this area where John Cox is at.
They're pulling to it. And that's what that's why I was asking you to explain, because typically a falling water, a slow fall, is a good thing because it positions it. If you've got cover like those pylons, it will position the fish to those, and it just makes it a little easier for you to find them.
Yep, no doubt.
But I mean, I didn't see him throwing at targets. Of course, we don't have polarized lenses, and I can't see the cover that's there or whatever. But obviously, it wouldn't matter if we could, because John Cox is just John Cox. He's going to catch them in a 5-gallon bucket.
That's right. That's right.
But it's interesting to watch, and it's scary to me. If every angler out on the water knew that John Cox was building right now and in 19th place and was the 80th place 20 minutes ago, and now he's in 19th and thinking about, oh my gosh, he figured something out,
And he might go there and catch those 2 big fish that he started on. So a lot of things changing. Caleb Summerall moved up to the top of the leaderboard, all the way up to 23 pounds here on the St. Johns River. Maxam Bassmaster Elite, St. Johns River. We'll be right back.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
All right, we're back. We're back at the St. Johns River, Palatka, Florida. The Maxam Bassmaster Elite. 4th stop of the season. We're almost halfway there, believe it or not. Time flies. The back-to-backs, boy, they come and go. Seems like we were at the Bassmaster Classic about 6 months ago. No, that was like 5 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago. Not very long at all. Getting a good shot of probably Trey Mckinney running back. He made a long run, went about probably an hour and a half, at least an hour and 15 minutes away from Palatka, Florida. Caught him good limit, anchored by that real nice one. Looked like maybe a 6 or 7 pounder there at the end. So let's go from Trey Mckinney to Rick Clun fishing his 500th Bassmaster tournament of his career. 50 years this year marks.
So you came along and, in the mid-'90s, I guess, early 90s. He had made a lot of hay at that point in time.
Yes, he had.
So let me ask you, if you were Trey Mckinney and at the year that you came along, what was your impression of Rick Clun at that point in time? The first time that you shared a weigh-in line or whatever. I mean, because I have a feeling I know what that is.
So certainly a legend at that time. My first year, he was a legend, no doubt. Had already won all of his classics and his AOI. So was certainly a legend at that point. But I was thinking about this morning, and I'll get into what I was thinking about. I came along in the 90s. Rick Clun had been fishing for 20 years. I fished 23, 24-ish years. caught a few fish in that period, and have been gone for like 7 years, and he's still doing it. When I stop and think about it that way, it's unbelievable. Like, he had a full career before I ever started, and then I
had one
felt like
after you
I
left.
had a decent career. 20-something years is a good career. And then he's just the Energizer bunny that keeps on keeping on. But to your question about how did I feel, so just like a Trey McKinney or so many younger anglers, they don't realize how difficult it was when the only tool you had was Bassmaster magazine.
Right.
I'd never been around anyone like Rick Clun.
Right.
And maybe you watch Bass Live and you've never really been around Rick Clun, but you feel like you know him because of what we do now with live TV and live.com. But, when you really read about someone and how different they are, and I think he's always kind of carried it like a badge of honor to be different, a different thinker than a lot of folks.
Well, and I think that's the most important part because, Ray Scott had this salesmanship that brought this thing together, and Jimmy Houston had this ability to just be infectious. And then Roland Martin came up with pattern fishing, but Rick Clun taught us how to think.
Yeah.
He taught us a different level of thinking about environments, about the fish, about the water, about the habitat, about the baits. He created guys like Greg Hackney, who spend a lot of time just thinking about what's fixing to happen. He really impacted us in that way. And the other part, it struck me this morning when we went to him, or just a little bit ago at the top of the hour, and the first thing he said, well, I got no complaints. I'm in my 36th year, and I'm going to tell you, complaining is a trait of a fisherman, and excuses is a trait of a fisherman. I've never heard him complain once in 40 years. Never heard him make an excuse. And he's got this intrinsic positive mental attitude about him that scares the hell out of people because he's not going to play your game. You know what I'm saying?
They've seen a lot of changes, a lot of games.
A lot of games.
Some of them could be called.
Yeah.
Come and go. No doubt about it. And it was really cool talking to him this morning. So I don't know if Rick Clun even remembers this, but my first year I drew him. And before co-anglers, we were fishing against one another.
Right, pro on pro.
Flip a coin, whose boat you going in, the whole 9 yards. 4 hours, you had a right to do what you want to do in front of boat for 4 hours. And I walked up to him. I'd just won a tournament. It was my first full year, and I'd won a tournament at Lake Eufaula. And he said, well, whose boat you want to go in? You want to flip a coin? I said, I'm not going to flip Rick Clun for the boat. I said, you have earned that. I'm not going to challenge you for that. And he said, well, you should. You just won a tournament. You proved your worth, so to speak. And I said, well, thank you, but I'm not going to. I'm going to.
I promise you, he
ride in the back
that.
of Rick Clun's boat.
I can promise you, he remembers that.
But the other thing, and that's where I want to go with that. Sitting there that morning, for whatever reason, I remember him saying, and we were watching boats take off. We had a late boat number. I remember him like it was yesterday. I can't ever imagine myself not being at one of these takeoffs for a Bassmaster event. So there's a lot of talk about whether he's going to retire or not.
Right.
I'll never forget what I heard him say that day. So who knows? So let's go to.
Well, I hope he's always here. We got John Cruz here, who's middle-aged compared to the younger guys. But when I talk to John and I talk to the younger guys, every one of them to a man says, we hope Rick Clun never goes away.
Right.
Yep. Hello, sweet Jesus. A couple decent bites. Things could turn around. Look at old Chiptail. What do you say, old Chiptail? What you doing out there? I'm just catching chipping. Mm-hmm. That'll hunt. That'll hunt.
You know,
making you work today. God, jeez.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, I just remember, I just talk to these guys a lot because they're like, hey, well, at the end of every year is Clun coming back? I mean, why? I mean, you know, it's Clun coming back. They want to because they get there's something to him. You know, everybody wants, and you know, and like you know, you think about the impact that they've had, and I mean, Greg Hackney and I've talked about Rick Clun a lot.
Buddy bud.
Greg Hackney was inspired by Rick Clun in 1984 at the Arkansas River, when he inspired a lot of people, including 2 presidents, right? And I think we're going to go to Hackney. Can't wait to. There you go.
The reason that I wanted to become a professional. My first introduction to a bass tournament was the Bassmaster Classic that Clun sets the all-time record on the Arkansas River, which was my home water.
27 pounds, 7 ounces!
At that time, I didn't know who he was. Again, at 10 years old, I didn't even know anything about bass tournaments. I mean, golly, that left a mark. I should have a tattoo on my neck or something from that event. You know what I mean? I mean, that's how powerful that moment was. And from that time, I became his biggest fan. He was the guy I most wanted to emulate. The things he did, I read everything that he put out there. I don't know. I always had the utmost respect for him and still do today. And then to see him at the boat ramp before I get there in the morning is just pretty crazy.
Pretty cool, I would say. That's absolutely incredible. A lot of stuff this week.
Well, I mean, and if you look at
500th event,
you can look at that leaderboard. Caleb Summerall, Trey McKinney, Wes Logan, Alex Witherall, Lee Livesey weren't even born when it was making an impact on.
Yep.
I mean, you know what I'm saying? I mean, none of those guys except for Menendez was around when he started, maybe Todd Ott.
Quick look at that leaderboard, though. Caleb Summerall with 25 pounds. He keeps inching it on up. Trey McKinney in second place. Oh, boy, is he making it tough. We're 4 tournaments in, and right now, he has only dropped about 7 or 8 points in 4 tournaments. That's unheard of, no doubt about it. But it's the haves and have-nots if you really look at the leaderboard there. 11th place, 14 pounds, 6 ounces, Steve Kennedy, which is, 11 pounds shy of Caleb Summerall. And a look there, 27th place, Rick Clun, 12 pounds, 7 ounces. A good week last week at the Harris Chain. Another good week. Certainly a good start here for Rick Clun, 12 pounds, 7 ounces. Then we look at, it gets real tight.
Down there in the 30s.
Yep, gets real tight. 12 pounds, 11 pounds. Matt Robertson, 37th place. Matt Herring, 40th place, 10 pounds, 12 ounces. All these guys just one solid fish. 4-pounder away from being right there within reach of the top 10, no doubt. It gets really tight there. Keith Combs in 41st place. Paul Mueller, one of the anglers that we saw, went north. Yep. Clint Davis. Buddy Gross. He's sitting on that 50th spot. That's where you want to be. Tommy Sanders, Ronnie Such, Mark Zona back in the studio. We're going to see them. We've enjoyed it. Take it over, guys.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
2 more hours fishing time. Available to the first flighters here, the Bassmaster Elite Series, Maxam Tire Elite on the St. Johns River. Live coverage brought to you by Rapala. So happy to be able to bring it to you, what all we have seen today. Day 1 of 4 days of fishing. Very interesting. I don't know if we can identify someone who's going to run away from it all yet, but we got an interesting leaderboard coming up a little bit later. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studios. We're back here now, sponsored by Marathon. Tommy Sanders along with Mark Zona, Ronnie Moore, and Mike Such-Sukan. And Z, we had kind of a fun morning, especially watching the likes of Trey McKinney getting something going out there.
It was really interesting to kind of watch the story with Rick Clun and the fishing 500 events, and then total polar opposite to Trey McKinney fishing his first year on the Elite Series, and what he did on that river today is pretty close to perfection. If you talk to a lot of the local anglers that we talked to before this tournament, a lot of them felt that main river whether you're fishing shell bars, you know, what he called waves of sand this morning, a lot of people thought you couldn't catch that quality out on the, you're going to have to combine either a big sight fish or a big shad spawn bite in the morning. What Trey McKinney has done here, what he's done here this year is amazing, but really what he did this morning in an area where he was left alone, he is going to be a problem going into this weekend.
I think so. And Ronnie, we talked about this before the break that, you know, we got the hurdle is the rookie hurdle. That's what everybody's got to get over. If you're going to break through, we look at the first 3 events of the year, 2 won by rookies and the other one by someone just one event removed from their rookie season.
Yeah, obviously these rookies came in through the gauntlet of the Bassmaster Opens, fishing all 9 across the whole country, and they've been able to adjust and adapt and learn and be proficient. And one thing also, they've put in the time pre-practice. A lot of these rookies spent time, whether it was prosperous or not, in that January, February time period. And a lot of these bodies of water, they got in time on places they hadn't been. That closed the learning gap for a lot of these guys, and April's going to throw us for a little bit for a loop. So we'll probably see some different guys in our top 6 tomorrow that show us different looks than we saw today.
And Such, much appreciated, all these extra Clun stories that you distributed in advance of the show today. What, have you heard anything today that you haven't heard before about Rick Clun? It's been fascinating to hear all this stuff.
No, I've had a lot of experience writing with him. I probably read about him more than anybody else on the Elite Series. My favorite story, though, is when he got called by Ray Scott to say, "Come fish with me. Go at Ellington Air Force Base, Air Force One, President Bush is going to pick you up." And his time on the plane with him picking out lures, and Barbara Bush was in the back folding laundry, and then when they fished, it was pretty funny. A lot of good quotes where he said there was armed guys in camo in the grounds, and there was scuba men underneath the water, and hey Mr. President, why are they down there? In case the boat sinks there, Rick. What about me? Son, you're on your own.
That's crazy. That is
Could
crazy.
turn into Tension City out here if we don't get it. Okay, let's go to our Yamaha midday report here in order to get caught up on what has gone on day 1 of 4 days of fishing. Here on the St. Johns River, the most famous son of the St. Johns is Palatka's own Cliff Prince.
Well, you're right, Tommy, but the river wasn't friendly to Cliff this morning. It was a lot of lost bass for Cliff Prince. And really the one thing that he said he needed today, that first hour of daylight, that shad spawn bite, well, he got to be the spectator for a one Scott Martin, a one Mark Menendez. Got a feeling we're going to be in that area of the St. Johns River. Cliff Prince unofficially 4 pounds and 8 ounces.
Drew Cook had a plan today. He had a lot of fish marked, a lot of spawners, and he was going to visit today.
Yes, definitely fishing the bottom end of Lake George. And it just really never happened. He got to see Kobe Krieger catch a couple pretty good fish in that little canal system right there. It was just slow going, very, very early and interesting. He had a couple big ones locked on beds, also had a backup swim jig bite. We haven't seen him do much of that. Gonna have to see a little more quality here in the last couple hours of fishing for Drew Cook, unofficially with 9 pounds even.
Drew Cook is, of course, the Florida native. Our Florida folks are in the spotlight again this week, and that includes another very, very important one. He's coming up a little bit later, but right now, how about the defending champion from 2022, John Cruz?
Yeah, one thing we said earlier today, early this morning, I asked John Cruz, did you visit those areas where you won back in 2022 in Rodman? Said, I never went there. Felt like those fish were in a winter pattern then when he caught them. Said, I didn't go to visit it, but I feel like this is going to be a very hodgepodge event for me. But catching a good one during our break, I believe one that was almost 5 pounds, a nice solid fish. But 9 pounds even, just like Drew Cook for John Cruz.
John Cruz with a fantastic record here. A lot of big fish landed. Either during the course of that win or in previous tournaments here. He has a special affinity for this place. And look for him to put something together. There's that big one you were talking about right there. Z, that is close.
Needed that one.
Well, Rick Clun is what today is all about when it's all said and done. 500th tournament with the Bassmasters. 50 years of fishing the Bassmasters since all the way back there in 1974.
And he told our guy, Dave Mercer, on his podcast, his main goal is to win a tournament with forward-facing sonar. Boy, he's trying in this one right here. A couple jerkbait fish, couple cranking fish, not any giants, but just nice, solid quality. Good start to the day for Rick Clun. 12 pounds and 7 ounces, majority of his day. One of the only anglers we have on camera fishing in Rodman. But we did at one time count 26 boats in Rodman at one time.
Wow, that is a lot. Hey, 27th, he can just hold serve
Absolutely,
for the afternoon here
for
as
sure.
best he can. Keep on that pace he's on now. Looking good to make the cut.
2 top
on day number 2.
25s, and the Florida swing would be great for him.
And then who knows what happens. Here's the other Florida man we were talking about, John Cox. Similar situation to Drew. He had a plan for spawning fish.
He had a plan for spawning fish, making a long run, and he told us he saw so many big ones. It's just a primal instinct to make that run. He said he would not forgive himself if he did not make that run earlier today. Very slow start down in De Leon Springs. But here recently in the last 45 minutes, small calls, backing it up with a good one right here for John Cox. Going with that primal instinct. Might pay well by the end of day 1 here on the St. John's River.
As Stephen Davey pointed out, he does a lot of his best work at the end of the day. Don't count him out until all is said and done. And how about this young man, Trey McKinney, having a dream year in his rookie season.
Yes, this young angler from Illinois despises the Chicago Bears, but said he loves fishing the St. John's River. Only his second trip here. Came here to pre-practice and said the majority of his work were on the main river. Shell bars, sandbars, and schooling bass. Getting it done early today with a sexy dog 1 knot and getting it done with a glide bait. Going to try to get a picture of that glide bait, but some fantastic topwater action. And here's the thing. 2 things actually. Trey McKinney left alone, and Trey McKinney left him biting Tommy Sanders.
That's fascinating. I mean, that's the way people wind up winning tournaments, being
That's
left alone.
exactly right.
Not having to move around a lot, especially on a giant place like this. There's a lot of things falling into place early for young Trey McKinney. He's also the progressive Bassmaster, as you mentioned. Points leader for this year so far. That would include Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year as well. Well, that is your Yamaha midday report
Yes, sir.
right there.
Indeed it
We're
is.
going to segue right into another honorific we have there, Marathon Peak Performance. And that's going to be this man right here from Southwest Louisiana, Caleb Sumrall.
Well, we made the comment, the 2 bass that were 9:55 and 10:05, that he had a lot of room to grow. He did exactly that in a little 1-hour stretch between 11:50 and 12:50. Caleb Sumrall is fishing around some other competition, but he's just out fishing them. Your Marathon Peak Performance, New Iberia, Louisiana angler, Caleb Sumrall.
We could very well have 3 of our 6 cameras tomorrow within sight of each other around that region Caleb Sumrall's in.
Okay.
We'll see.
We will see. I'd like to see that. Let's get back out to Drew Cook, trying to get something fired up.
Oh, so it's beyond hot right now.
Wouldn't think this, but Drew Cook looking for fish number 5.
He's passed up a lot of them as well this morning, Tommy, and
Yeah, shook a few off that might have made out that limit, but understood.
He likes to pull the trigger on him too. Feel his lad slinging that rope.
In straight salvage mode.
Boy, and he had, I know, Ronnie, you talked to him too. He had, with what he got to lay his eyes on, he had big hopes.
Big ambitions.
Here on day number 1.
big dreams. He's always been there.
Just waiting for a birdie putt to fall.
Scotty Scheffler on the 18th.
A slew of birdies on the back 9.
Great.
That really is good. Kind of calms you down a little bit.
Remember when Rick used to wear like a sash, a scarf? Remember that?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That music would really,
You said it calms
I don't
you
know about
down,
that.
Tommy, but it kind of fires us up too. It's like,
Well,
it's a weird, it's an icy hot type of thing.
Yeah, it's like the calm before the storm. Rick Clun coming off a top 20 finish at the Harris Chain just days ago.
Let's see. Like, I don't get how. Like, I was just throwing my cricket down this break, and all of a sudden I twitched it, and like 15 of them come out, and one ate it, and it's 4-pounder. So, but I don't know. Hopefully I can find them again. They're little notches, and they were just sitting down in one, like impossible to see. Impossible. So, most fish I've caught today, usually I just throw to kind of the most interesting looking area, and then all of a sudden they'll just pop up in attack mode. Thought I heard one.
Listen to Trey McKinney right there. Suchi, have we ever seen?
Left. Don't do that to me.
On an Angler of the Year list, I was looking at this on the way down. 4 out of the top 6 are rookies right now.
Yeah, I wrote about that, yeah. And McKinney, you get 103 points to win, right? This is our 4th tournament. He's at 395 points if he stays second. That's missing out on 17 points through 4
Total.
events. And he has extended his lead. Jordan Lee's down about 30 points less than him right now. I mean, haven't weighed in yet.
Is Tyler Williams on 0 today? Does he have a Marshall or no?
I thought I saw him with a small limit.
Okay. I could easily check, but I'd rather ask you.
We got some Jordan Lee tournaments coming.
Oh, yes.
We have got some Jordan Lee events on the horizon.
How many times have we, through 3 or 4 events, thought that someone was on such a roll that they couldn't lose the AOY and they end up not winning it? Like, so there's a bunch of, you're going to have Murray and Wheeler and Smith Lake.
So
Wheeler
much
and Smith and June are going to be the.
Jordan Lee's in 21st place with John Cox right now, 13 pounds even.
Yeah.
But he's
doing his
losing
job.
points.
Doing his job.
Suge, what is the Phoenix Boats Big Bass as it stands right now?
Somebody who's got 2 fish, Brad Watley, is 6'5", Trey McKinney's 6'4", Caleb Summerall's 6'4" and 6'0".
Okay.
See, Caleb Summerall has 3 fish in the top 10 on the Phoenix Boats Big Bass leaderboard. You know, Cox was saying he didn't have much time. He is in the first flight and has to check in at 3 p.m. Yep.
And the odds are that we have a bigger bag than we had last week. 24-2 was the big bag, and Summerall's above that on Bass Track. So we can see how many.
Well, that's right. Good point.
Those prehistoric bags we can see.
Again, we got 310 miles, the most prominent river in the state of Florida. 110 miles are within the confines of our playing field here. So calculations, math, etc.,
yes,
that have to do with your planning your fishing day are big.
Yeah.
Depending on where you're going.
Really looking at John Cox, only looking at 61 miles, having to go through Woodruff and Dexter and then Lake George. But the 61 miles has so many no-wake zones, and that's what eats up so much of the time. And the biggest thing is that 5-pounder that he caught with just minutes to go before he had to make the run back, a huge, huge benefit here on day number 1.
Yeah, John Cox is well aware of all that calculus, all that math. Talk to us about it.
You can make really big runs here, and you have to really bank on certain areas, and it's very nerve-wracking, and I'm so used to doing it so many times here where I already know I'm only going to fish for a couple hours. I stay calm and stick with the game plan and try to get 5 bites and make it home in time for weigh-in.
Gosh, there we go. Finally got one of those good ones. Oh my gosh, and we are running out of time. All right.
The Maxam Bassmaster Elite at the St. Johns River, Palatka, Florida, is sponsored by Minn Kota, by Bass Pro Shops, and by Skeeter Boats. Into the last couple of hours of this 8-hour fishing day, there's 103 anglers, which comprise the full field. We got more on the way.
We do indeed have 103. We have Bob Downey rejoining us after the birth of his child. He missed the Harris chain, so he's back. So we do have a full field of 103 anglers. I'm at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, and we've been talking about Rick Clun all week, all year about his significant milestone he's reaching today, his 500th B.A.S.S. event. And how does that stack up for current active Elite Series pros? We have some guys who are long in tooth who have been with B.A.S.S. for a long time, but Rick Clun hitting the 500th event mile marker. Bernie Schultz, active-wise for Elite Series pros, second place, 367 events. Gerald Swindle, third place, 321. Iconelli and Menendez rounding out our top 5, 278 events for Iconelli, 275 for Menendez. What a list of anglers there, and that's still, I think that's about the top 15 these anglers are spread out all time with B.A.S.S. Only one other angler, I believe, is over 400 B.A.S.S. events, but I don't assume we'll ever see him fish with B.A.S.S. ever again. And so 500 is going to be a mark that I doubt we ever see another person fish at, unless you're maybe a Trey McKinney and you start at 19 years old and you fish 10 Bassmaster Elite and Classic events throughout a season. You'd have to still do it for 50 years. Maybe somebody like Kenta Kimura that does 20 to 25 bass events in a season could do it for the next 20 years, but hard-pressed to reach the milestone that Rick Clun has set this week and will continue to set because he's not done after this weekend.
Tommy, please go Masters, boys.
See, that time has arrived, and it's a special time of the year, my friend. You hear those birds chirping? When we all reassemble in this special place Bobby Jones put together. This is the other Bobby Jones, the one that lives in Ocala, called the St. Johns River.
I love you.
No, that's not good. That's not good at all.
Not on day one.
No.
Believe we're on an outgoing tide right now.
Where we went.
Probably the best tide of most of these anglers will probably be weighing in today.
Be an advantage to be in that last
Yeah, it
slide,
absolutely
wouldn't
would
it
be.
today? It's
Yes,
gonna
sir.
maybe produce some difference makers.
Some big
possible.
rigs.
Yeah, well, hey.
Ray Hanselman just found one of 5.5.
I just got that video sent
He's
to
up
me
to
as well.
6th place. Wes Logan's in 5th place.
I'll give Drew Cook credit. I know it doesn't look good, 60th place, 9 pounds, but it didn't look good for KJ Queen for a while each day as well. And then you come across the right 2 or 3 fish in a 30-minute window, and you're all of a sudden back in the game at the top of the leaderboard. So at some point this week, it's got to be sooner rather than later, but Drew Cook may find a couple primed up that can keep him in the mix.
Drew Cook, a former Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year. Rick Clun probably would have been everyone was a rookie when he started, pretty much.
Right.
That was
a good point.
I didn't even. They
not that much differentiation.
They didn't have the word rookie created yet for tournament
well,
competition. You know.
Well, I guess that's right.
Did another story with Clun.
I believe he ate it.
That kind of said, I'm going to go all in on this Bassmaster fishing stuff. His father-in-law was sitting on the couch saying, oh, I could beat that guy. I could beat Tom Watson. I could beat... And Rick Clun kind of realized, I don't want to be that guy when I'm 50 years old saying, I could have beat Denny Brower. I could have beat... So he went all in to fish B.A.S.S. He was already doing his club.
The I could have done that approach has always got one retort that's inevitably going to come your way. Why didn't you then?
That's exactly why he said, I'm going. I got to give it a shot. And look what happened.
How big would you say that area that Rick's been fishing all day, kind of?
It's a big area, but doesn't look like he has been.
Yeah, he hasn't gone far.
No.
Has he? Yeah.
No.
What time is it?
You'd have to assume that at least half of our field have made decisions on day one that has basically eliminated that tide. You were talking about the tide changing. Those who have ran so far south, those who have locked into Rodman, they have taken that out of the factor completely.
But looking at our map, the boats get colored for the guys in the top 12. Nobody in Rodman has a than a gray.
No.
Oh, son of a gun.
Well, we're going to definitely see some Crescent tomorrow. And that was, we were told that that would be a player with the shad spawn, hard cover, a lot of cypress trees. And we're definitely going to get a look at that tomorrow.
Son of a gun.
Our coverage on Saturday will open half hour earlier.
Come on. Fire it up.
Today, so that probably will be a bonus for us watching people catching the shad spawn fish.
Oh, look at
TH Marine
that.
Weather Watch. 92. Getting on up there tomorrow, and 61 overnight. A little bit more wind. Tiny bit more of a precipitation chance, but not enough to be of concern.
Partly cloudy, which means it's mostly sunny.
Does that mean that?
Yeah, it's like, you know, it's kind of like the...
Or partly sunny.
We have 3 in our top 10, all in one area. Wonder how that will play out tomorrow.
I have noticed that, Such.
Well, we'll most likely see it tomorrow then?
Looks like it.
Bill Lowen just culled twice, got into our top 10 at 9th place with almost 16 pounds.
Tommy, he may have just gotten bumped down, but Brandon Lester, we talked about his excellent Florida track record, and he's in the top 12 right now through day one, which means he's on track to add another positive in each one of those columns for Florida.
He finished 13th at Harris Chain last week?
12th.
12th.
That's where he is right now. He's got a couple 1-pounders.
Spent most of the tournament in the top 10.
Yeah, lingering. Ooh. Prince just unloaded on one but missed.
Bob Downey's weights just showed in. He's got a 5'4", he's 15 pounds even, 13th place.
Nice. Good for Bob. Yeah, and if you missed it last week, he did not make the Harris Chain. He left to be home. Three cooks hooked up.
We strike again. Oh, dude, you gotta be kidding me, man.
Outside the house.
What a waste of time. How'd that even happen? How did that even happen? My gosh. I mean, I guess it's pretty par for the course for today.
He is out of there.
Yeah, there is still a big one there.
Ronnie already mentioned Clun having to pawn his gun to get to the 76 New Orleans, to get to the flight to go to the Gunnersville Classic.
Bro, we gotta go swim a jig for a while.
It's well reported he lost his house and was dire straits
Turn the deck
winning
up,
that
AC
Classic. He got a call from Exxon, said, how many guide dates you got left? 130? We'll take all of them, even if they don't show up. So just boom.
Oh,
yeah.
Don't even know where we're headed. That is not cool. Not cool. But let's do this.
Yeah, we're all in no matter what.
Yeah, we are all in. We're not going to unlock any lake right now. We're going to do a power pole replay of the day. And it was really the entire morning for this young angler from Carbondale, Illinois. Topwater bait and a glide bait. But that last bite right there, I mean, a good one. Talking about a 386 Palatka stud.
Freaking time. Golly.
Trey Mckinney pretty much has been the power pole replay of the day. Two events now.
Yeah.
The entire Lake Fork
The week of the
tournament.
year, Z.
Such, do me a favor.
Whoa.
Take it.
Yeah.
I just did it.
Finish.
Trey McKinney, you are the power pole replay of the day, of the week, of the Florida swing of the year.
Could make a case for all of those. Absolutely.
Simmer it back down.
Caleb Summerall, though, the man with the biggest weights, over 25 pounds. Trey McKinney, we think maybe has even maybe more than 21 pounds and 6 ounces. Corey Johnston, I wonder if we're going to see Chris Johnston come up in the standings tomorrow. Could be, it's possible. Mark Menendez, Wes Logan, Ray Hanselman, and on it goes. Todd Auden's been in the top 10 for a while as well. Be right back to the St. John's. Maxam Bassmaster Elite on the St. John's River. Our next live opportunity to watch bass fish is St. Croix Bassmaster Open. We'll be down for a week after the Florida Swing wraps up at this Sunday. Down for a week, and then the next Sunday, Next Saturday, as a matter of fact, we'll have coverage for you of the final day of the Logan Martin Lake St. Croix Bassmaster Open there. Logan Martin on the Coosa River, right between Neely Henry and Lay Lake. Should be some good stuff there. Big Coosa River spots, always playing big time there, which brings us to our Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster EQ standings for the year, and Canada's Evan Kung sits atop. What a fantastic year he is having. Dakota Eber, well-known, very celebrated amateur. Opens amateur there. No, he's a professional for sure. Matt Adams, Mike Sermon, the veteran, in 4th place there. Easton Fothergill, Andy Newcomb, Bobby Bakewell, Cody Meyer, Christian Ostrander, and Trevor McKinney, cousin of Trey McKinney.
Yeah, Logan Martin should be a good one. I mean, early May, probably when we went to Lay Lake last year, a lot of anglers were saying we were a little late for certain things, a little early for other things. We'll be right around the perfect time for some fishing conditions for Logan Martin, and we'll almost be halfway through the season. 4 events would be in the books after Logan Martin.
Yeah, and the following weekend we'll be halfway through this season. We are halfway through our Murray tournament there in South Carolina, which should be fantastic.
Ronnie, got any early favorites for Logan Martin there? Any local Alabama guys, or?
I do not. I have not thought 1 second about it, other than seeing it right there.
Be a lot of fish caught in that one. That is a fun lake.
Somebody's treasure.
Davey Height was talking about how the Classic felt like it was 6 months ago. I beg to differ. It feels like it was 6 days ago with how busy it's been around here with Live and Harris Chain, St. John's right after.
Our full field that's out there today has had to deal with a shortened turnaround time. Luckily, it was only a 90-minute drive away from the Harris Chain. So did sacrifice 1 day of practice, which, again, here's a place where you could use it if you've never been here before.
And they did the same thing last year between Champlain and the St. Lawrence River because they were so close. They just went ahead and we finished on a Monday at Champlain, and we went straight to St. Lawrence River, and they only had 2 days of practice there.
Cliff Prince has lost an incredible number of fish today.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Really can't quite explain that.
He's painful.
Cliff Prince, the former rodeo standout, all around her. Calf roping, team roping, steer wrestling.
I think Dakota Eber did some rodeo type stuff as well.
I think Trey McKinney comes from a barrel racing family, doesn't he? I believe that's right. Up in Illinois.
I used to do a lot of that.
I know.
It's like watching.
No, this is where you ride a horse, not where you run around a barrel, where horses run around.
I didn't say barrels of beer? Wait, what?
Yes.
Cliff liked that one.
He did. Pretty slow.
Steve Kennedy with a 4-2 gets in our top 10 at 8. Right behind Matt Airy.
You're saying 10 bags over 20?
No, I'm saying 8.
No, I heard you say 12.
No, I
said
did
over.
Not. I did not.
Harris
say
Chain 7. So that's 8 or 9, which I agree with.
What was that? That was weird. I don't know what that was.
And your number's 6, see? Is that what you said?
I was going to stay at 6.
Okay.
I thought you
That's
said
what
2.
we were looking for. I don't know if it was a gar or something was tapping on it.
Get back to you on that one.
Funny.
And I already think Corey Johnston and Mark Menendez, who are 19-4 and 19-12, probably already have 20.
Yeah.
And there's 20 guys off the board altogether.
Now, I'm a little surprised that we've not seen anything bigger than 6.5.
I agree with that.
I mean,
yes.
Suits, you threw out a
the first
statistic
7?
about two of the top 10 all time.
All time.
Big
12,
bass come from this
13
water right
yeah.
here. Every year we see something that's an 8, 9, 10, or even 11.
In the February events, for the 4 that we've had, the trending pattern was the biggest fish of the tournament would come on day 1 or day 2, but the biggest bag of the tournament would come on day 3 or day 4. It's like the bags got bigger on the weekend, but the fish were the biggest on the weekdays.
Still waiting on the fish to get big today.
Grow up.
To get giant today, I should say.
I got one more hat trick right straight across over here. I want to go try real quick.
All right. Well, I thought I was on to a little something here with this dock deal, and it's been a little slower than I'd like. We still got some time, but we need to get a couple decent ones here. Got about 2 hours of fishing left, and I want to make sure I maximize that 2 hours of putting a couple decent fish in the boat. I don't want to just keep doing this if this is not going to produce. This bank here is a little bit deeper. I think with the low water, it might be good. We will see. Just kind of burning ground between docks. Hopefully see a couple of roamers out here on this little wind choppy bank. Some pretty reeds up there. Not quite enough water, but throw around them anyway. Out in front of them. See plenty of life, you know, most everywhere you go, whether it's tilapia, bluegill, on your electronics.
Oh my gosh. Look at all them. Let's not throw, we're gonna throw over there.
And they're telling how many fish we've thrown in front of or around or on top of or had nip at our bait or swirl at it or miss it or hit it. Visually, we've seen a few. Just gonna keep bugging away. You're just waiting for it. One of those to load up on it.
I got that one to bite, be it. That's not how it works.
One of those beggings.
Catch the one, or if you would have caught it. It's usually
Even
it.
a few medium ones would do good.
Well, Trey McKinney is just waiting for the weigh-in, isn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
He was done
Yes.
2.5 hours
I got a
ago.
little, after he caught that last big one on the glide, I got a little bit bummed because he put his life jacket on right after.
Yeah, you knew it was over then.
Spells without catching anything, and
He was keyed up this morning as far as
think you're onto something.
fear of his quality not being.
Yeah, and it wasn't at first.
And he also told one thing he said yesterday. He's got to see fish like that quality in pre-practice before cutoff. So a long while back, it sounded yesterday he would have been more than
Crescent.
happy with 14 to 15 pounds today.
Keep grinding away until 4 o'clock. We got
Big
enough
fish
now
from
to where-
Brandon Card, a 6-pounder. He was stuck on 2 fish for 3.5 pounds, jumped up about 40,
we've got a
45
respectable
spots
bag.
to 54. For 3 fish, he's got 9.5. Another
So the
day.
rumor is, I know Mercer's under the weather. Craig Lamb is going to do the weigh-in possibly.
Is that right?
I don't know. Did I get bad information?
There's always a million stories flying around.
I didn't know. I didn't know it.
Dude, look at that. It's pretty disgusting.
Lee Livesey up to 9th place, and Kyle Norsetter into 10th. A couple big fish coming across the board.
Lee made his Elite Series debut here
Man.
with
The dock catch.
Crazy dock catch.
crazy
Wow.
dock catch.
Pretty
He's caught a 4.5 pound. Jamie Hartman, day saver, 512, just moments ago.
Pick who is, who the two are anywhere in the continental U.S., wherever they want to go, within reason. Then Winners Travel Foundation, they're gonna give us the trips and put the people, the caretaker and a friend, a guest, whoever, put them up. So I just think it's a cool way to give back. We're gonna do some auctions later this month, next week actually. Man, time's flying, right? But next week we're gonna be doing some auctions. We got some socks. If you like the socks, we got some more of those coming. If you like, unique swim baits, those are going to be there. Some cool stuff. Cool stuff. We raise money for various autism charities. It's kind of what we do. Some years we'll raise 3,000 or 4,000. Some years we've raised as much as 8,000 or 9,000 for various charities. And most of the work, for people that don't know, is done at the local level. So that, Autism Speaks and some of these national organizations have, great reach and are great for, awareness. But a lot of the work is done locally. Within 10 minutes from where my house is, there's a autism center that helps people in my area. I'll never forget when Jordan and Matt Lee asked me, hey man, how do we help? I said, man, look, do a Google search and see what's near you. And they said, man, there's a place 5 miles from my house. I had no idea. I said, that's where you need to make your donation. So they started making their donation locally, and just making people aware that these places are all over and in your backyard as well. All you gotta do is start talking about, autism. Oh, my cousin has it, my uncle's kid. My sister is a special needs teacher, all that kind of stuff. All you gotta do is start talking about it, and you'll find out that it's everywhere. The statistics speak for themselves. I think it's down to 1 in 36 or somewhere in that ballpark right now are diagnosed on the spectrum.
John Cruz talking about all of the autism awareness for April. Obviously, it's been big every year the last couple of years for John Cruz to promote this month, and so he was just running through some of those different things. We have a video on Bassmaster's YouTube and Bassmaster.com about. I got to sit down with John for 10 to 15 minutes, and he laid out a lot of ways to support and how it actually helps.
I just missed a good one. Only had a couple bites on a jig, but in pre-practice, every one was a big one.
Trey, we talked about him winning the Elite Series event at Lake Fork at the age of 19, the youngest winner ever. And Z, you sent us this photo, and I think there's even another one. What was that, a couple years ago, and he was a 10-year-old phenom? In this photo, I think it was 2015, so 9 years ago. Yeah, when he was 10 years old. It said, "Watch out, Elite Series, he's coming."
Yeah, that's actually amazing. I'm not kidding. I was told about him then.
And then that's a 2018 Junior Bass Nation win that he had in the state of Illinois in 2018. He was a Junior Bass Nation. So 6 years ago, he would have been 13 years old fishing the Junior Bass Nation stuff. Those photos, you sent one of those, Z, and then Trevor, Trey's cousin, who's obviously been close to qualifying the last few years, sent the other one. Young Trey. I guess he'll be young Trey for the next 4 or 5 years.
Kid McKinney. Bill Lowen with a 5-pound, 4-ouncer up to 5th place with almost 19 pounds.
Remind people that there's a new initiative from the Bassmasters, and it's called Bassmaster. And that's the clue as to what it's about. It is a series of women's workshops, generally created to increase not just awareness of bass fishing, but actual, participation, advancement through the sport, opportunities available to women. The staff puts these things on. They are free, these workshops, and they cover everything from, the basic fundamentals, lures and knots and seasonal patterns, and also industry opportunities. Some people may be interested in getting into the industry. There's one actually this Saturday on the St. John in Palatka. Again, it's free. You can check it out. Maybe you want to participate in that. We got one later in the season at Wheeler and Decatur, Alabama, and also to wrap it up in Waddington, New York. So check it out on Bassmaster.com, Bassmaster. All right, weigh-in time in less than 1 hour here. Less than 1 hour, the first flight will be required to check in, and shortly after that, the weigh-in festivities start. We're going to have that right here for you on Bassmaster.com. And that hot seat, getting a little warm, a little sultry in that hot seat. It's already 90 degrees today, so it's going to be sweltering for Caleb Sumrall. These are lava. Oh, gosh, it's going to be like molten rock up there on that stage there. So get ready for that. Very important. I mean, we got about 2 pounds separating 25th and 50th place right now. I mean, there is a lot of maneuvering to be done before the end of the weigh-in tomorrow. And that's what it's all about. You got to be in that top 50 in order to
No doubt.
go on.
And we may do the Yeti hot seat every day, Tommy, but it is not expendable. I mean,
No,
you
not
want to be the leader after
absolutely
day
no,
one.
No, every ounce is necessary.
Guys,
today, and a tough day.
Not to be loquacious, but why don't we go through the That's right. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. I came to play this time, guys.
Your perfidy
I
is
charged up.
showing you.
After taking off the Harris chain, taking a look at all of our anglers on the playing field, that area right there that we got to see 3 of our top 10 fishing near each other. We're going to see that tomorrow morning as we head up towards Palatka. Our takeoff at beautiful Palatka, Florida. Doing our flyover. We ignored Crescent Lake earlier. I don't think that'll be the case. Tommy
Should
Sanders.
not ignore it, right?
Anglers are so spread out. Bassmaster Live.
Corey Johnston just got over 20 pounds on bass track. A couple 5-pounders came in. Gerald Swindle with a 5-0 is his third fish. Boy, he needs that.
Was one on Crescent Lake. About
It was.
more than
Yes.
a decade ago,
It
but it
was.
was one there.
2011?
11, I think you're right.
was.
Yeah, yeah.
Just a young pup.
Will Davis with a 5-4. He's up to 27th.
2011 was the first time the Elite Series visited here, and it was one of those March events. We had those March 14th through the 21st, that week or so. It's all four of those Elites. The 11, the 12, the 14, and the 16 were all post-classic. Guys, we've seen a lot of different looks at the St. Johns River today, and there's some things that we kind of expected to play that have played in the past during the cooler, more February conditions than now. But with having 6 to 10 cameras with our leaders over the next few days, we may see this end up transpiring. Some Lakemaster mapping here at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. When we look at the St. Johns River, you wonder where those hard spots, those identifiable places that I thought maybe Cliff Prince would utilize well today, some guys like Buddy Gross, people who have used this in the past and it's come to fruition a little bit, maybe it would be a place that these fish post-spawn would move to. And anytime you see the river turn and bend, that far bank where the river's going to sweep by, may be one of those places that the shell may stack up, a hard place may stack up, and it's also some of these areas where immediate deep water would be on the main river are right outside of these spawning bays, the shallow water places where these fish may pull out, and we haven't seen them necessarily transpire with our 6 today, but some of these wide open spaces in the river where it does turn and wind may be places where they bunch up. Maybe you see some stuff like you saw with Trey McKinney, who's farther south than these screenshots from Lakemaster Mapping. He's been farther south. We may see some people more in the Palatka region, maybe down before you get to Dunn's Creek for Crescent Lake where that turnoff is. There's a lot of different places where it can back up, but that is the one X factor is, are you in the river this week? Or, like we see on Lakemaster Mapping, this is just a screenshot that would have encapsulated the entire Harris chain, Tommy, but it only encapsulates a small portion of the river, Rodman, Crescent, Lake George. It doesn't even show Woodruff and Griffin and Dexter down here. It literally is such a big playing field, 110 miles, that you could pick the wrong stretch and be out of luck on day one. We'll see who adjusts on day 2. Or those Rodman anglers that we may not see on camera tomorrow. They might be in the cut, but not on camera, if they can maybe have an uptick tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yeah, big day. Rick Clun making his exit from Lake Rodman right there. Come on, what is this thing? Lock opens up. Start to trek back. Stop for a little fishing along the way. I'm sure Rick feels like he needs a good one or two to shape up his limit for the day. It's not bad though. It's got him in the top 30, or did just a few minutes ago.
Tommy, I'm not sure if you know the exact number, but we were talking about locking quite a bit last week with Apopka and the lock in Haynes Creek going to Griffin. Those are very minimal water level movements to get from lake to lake. Here, it is a massive drop and rise, it seems, to get to Rodman from the St. Johns.
This is all the water from the Ocklawaha River and everything coming through there.
Which actually, if you went through Rodman, I don't know what kind of boats you may need, but if you kept going up the Ocklawaha, you would go all the way to the western side of the state and be able to go into Griffin. That's what flows into the top of Griffin is the Ocklawaha. So
it's a lot of water there.
Yeah, I don't know if maybe we should do a float trip there, Tommy, with the gators.
Yeah.
Which Rodman is known to have some giant gators.
It's been off limits for some of our events here. It's good to have that option, I guess.
Boy, Brandon Card's going to tell you about his turnaround. He was stuck on 2 fish, afternoon and in the 80s. He got that 6-pounder. He just filled his limit. He's 13 and a half. He's up to 25th.
Wow. Out of range.
I met Jerry McKinnis in the lock at Pickwick, which is to me the scariest lock on earth.
Yeah,
it is.
That is it. Yeah,
I can tell you, I creeped Jerry McKinnis out the first time I met him. I did. We were tied up next to each other. I was like, I love fishing shows, and he's like, that's good, buddy.
Yeah. All right. Fantastic. Is that how it went down?
It is really similar to how it went down. You know.
Let's see. He's looking at it, and he's not. Let's. Another one blowing up. Oh my goodness, that's a giant. 3 big ones. We're gonna ease over here. I think these fish just go up and down this little break. Oh no, I'm about to have to get myself a water.
Rough day so far for Drew Cook, especially this swim jig deal. He said if I'm in a bind, this will say he had some big bites, and with as low as the water's been, that swim jig, he said they would absolutely flush it. I believe we will see a little bit of swim jigging tomorrow morning with some of our leaders.
We'll come back a little later. We're gonna hit a rock vein. We'll come back and mess around with these guys a little later.
Right now there's 5 anglers with 10.5 pounds right at the cut from 48th to 52nd.
Give me a water. About to pass out. Get it, babe. Time we got 2:16, not that much longer.
Did you get to see any of the Harris Chain event go down? Did you see?
I did.
Young John Garrett get it done? And
absolutely did.
John Garrett among those that hasn't posted a score yet.
Did the math, Tommy. There's 28 anglers without marshals today, so all the more reason to watch the weigh-in later.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Fujita's one of them. Coupe Gallant.
Free practice, that's a long time ago.
Okay.
My guy Canelli.
Let's see if we can get us an old glider.
Brandon Kyle, who had our 913 big fish here last time.
Oh, was he one of them as well?
It goes like.
He's not on Bass Track, yeah.
And flattens out. So, I mean, it should be a good place. When I found it, I got all excited.
You're right.
Till I didn't get no bites. Oh, man. We'll see what's there with this. If there's nothing at all, we're gonna roll on. A lot of times I'll see what's here with this, and then I'll go back in and throw my jig. Back up, Terry.
What?
Back up.
Easy now. What? Easy.
What?
Gosh, this place looks so good. Come on. Come on. Come check it out. Current's ripping pretty good right now. Ugh. I need to get straight parallel with it and come down. That's what I need to do. But sometimes if your bait's not set up right, they will not eat it. Where you guys at? There's the shallowest part of it right there.
Come on, baby.
Uh-oh. Something following it. It's a pretty good one.
Spunk shad skips really good.
Not giant. Nah, it ain't worth it.
Get it shallow.
Come on. Show me old big.
Well, let's pop.
Show me an old
Pop
big
somewhere
one.
else.
Now that, my friend.
Make a little move.
That's a bass.
I think we saw a couple of fish come out of this area.
Yes, we have. And there's
Two
usually
times
it's usually
ago.
bad reception.
Yes,
Yes.
yeah, we got a picture here this time, yeah.
Read an article, Clun said he was 6 years old when he caught his first fish on an artificial lure. Can you hazard a guess on what that might have been? It was his dad's prize lure.
I know
that
what
he didn't let
color
him
it
touch.
was, but I don't remember the exact.
Might have read it, yeah.
Yeah.
Is it
Red and white. Yeah.
Red and white, Lucky 13.
Lucky 13, that's right. That's what it was.
And he was crying first because he got left off the boat with a
think
bunch
I
of
gave it
family
20
going
here.
out on the lake, and he had to fish from the shore.
Oh, yes.
But from that one catch, it just fascinated him to want to fish with other than live bait.
He was
trick a
hooked from
bass.
that moment on. Said when that red and white lure went under, he said, man, it was a game changer.
You hear that
We
story
continue
repeated a
to
lot of
celebrate
times.
that man right there 500 times. He's done what he did this morning, launched his boat and began a tournament with the Bassmaster. Hey, kayak, how about that? Come
Well
on now,
done.
the Yamaha Bassmaster Kayak Spear.
Indeed.
Yamaha Right Waters Bassmaster Kayak Series is in full swing right now. You'll recall that concurrent with the Bassmaster Classic in Oklahoma, they had their classic that just last weekend finished a weather-shortened event at Possum Kingdom Lake. Jason Isaacs won that one down there with over 100 inches, according to the Tourney X system there.
105, I think, and
Dock fishing.
we never gave Drew Gregory the love for winning the Kayak Classic. He won the Kayak
Oh,
Classic.
yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're right.
at
Good
10
point. We
killers,
didn't get.
so-
We were kind of
Yeah.
busy or something.
No, that's
I don't know
fine,
what
yeah.
was
Just
going
a
on that week.
little tournament.
Oh,
Oh,
there
boy.
it is. That is.
Oh,
that
boy.
is, I believe, the weekend that Rick Clun joined the Century
Wow.
Club at Falcon Lake down there in Texas. And, yeah, that was a little crawfish
God,
celebration.
straight, slow down, fool.
Yeah, look out there.
Sanders, look at you.
little wind burn from a day on Falcon, I'm afraid. Dave Mercer, J.O., absolutely. That was a good crew there. For
Sand
sure.
burned probably from that,
yeah,
from that windstorm.
later turned into a sand burn situation for sure.
Wow.
But,
it was a fun night.
It was a fun night. It was really nice. It was a
I
little
have
warm that night.
never seen Rick Clun laugh as much as
Oh,
he
he was
that night.
having a big
I don't know where my
time.
trap went, but
Oh my, here's our big bass.
Okay.
these are fresh.
Jake Whitaker, an
These are
8-3. He's
Them
got
are
4
fresh.
for
That might be
17.7 up
big.
to 8th place.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Okay. Okay. We just found a nice school, guys. Fresh ones. Real fresh. Dude, that seat is so hot. It's like burning my leg. I don't know how big it is. I think it's big. Oh, it's not that big. Sonny chicken.
Well, he has got a mess. Again.
That guy just seen me catch that. That is not good. Oh, I know. They're loaded right there, son. Like 100 of them. And I did not know of this as of right there. Jumbo school. Okay. It's not cold, but it's an almost 3-pounder.
Doing something right is all I can say.
You got that right,
Oh,
son.
my goodness. Wow, what a day he has had, Trey McKinney.
Yes.
We started with him early today, and he had it going fast.
He did. He had the hair, he had the topwater bait, and he had the glide bait. And amazingly, he had an area to himself. We will definitely have a camera tomorrow with young Trey McKinney, Carbondale, Illinois. Southern Illinois said he likes big bass and big bucks.
Oh, God.
That's right.
He cannot lie.
No.
Say it like that?
No.
Trey McKinney, the reason he bass fishes so much is just to enjoy his time out hunting in the fall, Tommy
Well,
Sanders.
how about that?
Exactly. Big day for young Trey McKinney. Focusing on the main river, really focusing on a lot of sand waves is what he called them. So a lot of these fish would set up after he would catch one or two, let it rest, come back, and keep pounding. And really his job was done, fair to say, by about noon today.
11:30, noon.
And he was on his way back. Fun young angler. Really enjoyed talking to him yesterday, and obviously he is the real deal. Trey McKinney.
Finds another big school on the way back. I'm telling you, it's
things go right.
Yep, things are going good.
Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Dude, there's a few bigs mixed in. Few like real big ones mixed in.
Tommy, I talked about his parents owning that country western wear store.
Yes.
And I said, Trey, do you, yeah, well, that was the biggest thing I asked. I said, do you go full-blown cowboy hat, cowboy boots? 100% not. It's not my jam.
No
Kind
kidding.
of surprised me.
He doesn't do the barrel racing?
Doesn't
His
do that.
family got a
It's not
family
his gig.
tradition of it.
That's gig.
Okay. Does he like the White Sox even, or the Cubs?
No,
or
Tommy, he
no?
doesn't like any Chicago sports team. Him and
Blackhawks, no go?
No.
Okay.
I heard he's a Cleveland Guardians fan.
I did ask. I said, Trey, do you have a girlfriend? No, way too. He said, I'm way too picky. Right.
He's only 19 though, so remember when he's 20, he'll learn that you can't be the picky one.
That's right.
The current's so weird right now. I don't know what it's doing. It's always pushing me on them. Then I sit different, then it takes me the other way. It's quite mind-boggling. I just know anytime you find a new school, it's a good day. So hard to see. I don't know if you could graph these. All I know is I'm loving it that they're there.
Everyone in the top 50 has a limit except for Whitaker because of that 8-pounder has him in the top 10.
Well, hoping Mercer feels better.
I do too. I probably just got a little touch of the croup. Maybe allergies or something like that. Could be. Now, your boy Jake, you reckon he caught it in one of those canals? That's where we always see him catch fish.
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, no,
I have
not
to
this
look.
time.
Let's
Not
look.
this time.
He was stuck on 2 fish, Jake
8
Whitaker.
pounds, you say?
Till 2:21, he caught a 4.5 pounder. He entered, and then 8 minutes later, he caught an 8.3.
Let's go.
4 fish, 17 and change.
Oh, that is a great weigh-in area right
It is.
there.
It
A
is.
lot
Great.
of
Now they got a big hotel right next to it. We're just right across the
Wow.
street. You see that big building there? It's quite convenient.
And this is not at all a school that I picture a lot of people finding. Doesn't even show it on maps.
Looks like he might have caught one right around some canals, but it looks like it might be one of his 2.5s.
You know, look at that weigh-in venue right there. You said there's a hotel right next to it now?
Right, just right to the left, outside
Wow.
your picture. Brand new Hampton Inn, I think, or something
Wow.
like that.
Always
quite the complex.
Very,
there.
very cool. The far dock there, right before the gazebo dock, that's the dock that in 2016, every Elite Series pro was docked up on and sat there waiting and helping when Rick Clun brought the 30. So he had 30 pounds for 2 days, and then on day 3 caught 30 pounds, and everybody was helping him bag, and we got to watch it. That was one of the last tournaments on site that I got to cover, and it was very, very cool watching the likes of so many accomplished anglers watch and root him on to go weigh him in, and then obviously close it out the next day.
You heard the anglers weighing in before on stage saying there's something big coming up, something big coming up, better stick
Mercer
around.
loves when they do that.
Oh,
That's-
yeah. He doesn't.
They did that with Prosnick's 10 for an hour.
I need to leave. These are good keeper fish.
Limit for Jake Whitaker. He's up to
Maybe a little
19.7.
bit.
4th place.
Not at all. I would never do such a thing. Who would wait to set the hook in a tournament? No idea. Yeah, I don't know. You just gotta be careful. So I don't want people to know about it because this is gonna be my hole that I stop on my way back, and sometimes that can be, very important. He ate it as soon as I hop, snap, and went.
Well, I think we're now corrected. I
Yeah, I
think
do.
Whitaker just filled his limit. I don't know if Such said that. I was
He down there
zoned out, but
swimming
he is-
around.
A 2-pounder gives him 19.5
He liked
pounds.
it though. You know
What place
why?
is he
See
in,
that
Ronnie?
garlic.
I
That
don't know.
garlic.
He was like 8th, so I'm assuming like 5th.
Window with a 4-pounder, jumping inside the top 50. Caught a 5 a little while ago. He's still on 4 fish though.
4th.
Trey McKinney trying to resist the urge to keep catching them here. Thinks he might Might not be a bad idea to just head on out.
You really listen to his last 5 minutes talking. He knows he just put another bullet in the gun for later on in this tournament to stop on the way back. You go down there to the really upriver as far as he was running. That is a good little thing to have in his pocket going into the weekend.
There's your unofficial leaderboard as it stands right now. Getting very close to check-in time for flight number 1. Caleb Sumrall
got
on top.
Decent lead.
Pounds. Trey McKinney, Corey Johnson, the 3 that are listed above 20 pounds at this point right there. And Jake Whitaker, whom we just mentioned, moving all the way up there, zooming up into the 4th place spot. Mark Menendez, Bill Lowen, Wes Logan. A few people picking Wes Logan to do well amongst our pundits for fantasy and so forth like that. Lee Livesey, got a good history here. Brandon Lester, his Florida exploits are well known.
Yes.
Very good fishing down here. Bob Downey back in the bay after the baby break. Bob Downey back in the pack again. Chris Zaldane. And we'll start getting to the 20th first place and up. Kobe Krieger lived in Florida now, Midwest guy originally. Scott Martin hanging in there. Justin Atkins, Paul Mueller, the former champ here. Brian Schmidt, good week last week. Larry Hackney was up as high as 12th place at one point today. Jordan Lee having a good season so far, to no one's surprise. First year back for the Bassmaster Elite Series. Jacob Porosnik on Sukup. John Cox there, we followed him down.
Robertson needed this one, man.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
He sure did. Had a blow up last week at Harris. Just didn't work. Nothing worked for him there. Rick Clun hanging in there. Above the cut line. He'll need to do that well or better tomorrow. Gerald Swindle searching for a cut. He did his here.
3% picked in Bucket E for Swindle. I figured in Bucket E you would have had higher, but
absolutely. That's the way it looks for our top 50. Of course, the weigh-in still just about a quarter hour away. A little more than that before we get started. We'll be back with fishing though when we return. Gargantuan. The Bassmaster Elite Series. Maxam Tire Elite is sponsored by Ranger Boats. By Rapala. And by Yamaha. Getting close to time for the first flight to check in there, about 12 minutes away. Shortly after that, our weigh gets underway. Oh,
It's time.
Yes, it
Tommy.
is, isn't it? Seems to be.
Not sure where we're headed, but I've got an idea. Young Trey McKinney with a scrupulous game plan all day long.
Without question.
That's right.
Without question.
Didn't make sense right there.
No,
but
I
it
like it,
fit
though.
nonetheless. It did not work, but you know what? Looking at Trey McKinney's day, in all honesty, throwing a topwater bait and a glide bait, the one thing we have not talked about, those baits, very high probability of losing fish.
Yeah.
We did not see that
Good
with
point.
Trey McKinney
Oh,
today.
man.
Pretty much, now listen, there was a lot of fish that missed his bait early, but the ones that got it, he put in the boat. Pretty much unbelievable execution with both of those baits. Look forward to being in your boat tomorrow, Trey McKinney. You are the power pole. Replay of the day, my friend.
Yes, I don't know if you saw it last week with Trey McKinney Z, but he did lose one big one, but it was not his fault. It got wedged.
T-boned.
T-boned
Yes.
it in his mouth and came out just as he took him out of the water. So he fished a good tournament last week as well in terms of
yes,
being clean with his landings.
I heard him make the comment during the Harris Chain tournament that he is not very good with a glide. He is proving himself wrong on that. He is pretty good with a glide bait.
Had some good glide bait action last week from JT Tompkins.
Man,
Big old
getting
glide
it
bait.
good.
Yeah.
Getting it the right
Really.
way. Right at the trolling motor as well.
Just those 2 fish got them all broke up. Like non-biteable.
We got 4 flights, of course, to
Might
check
be the
in.
deepest Florida fish I've caught.
Over the next hour and a half, I guess you could say. Remember that the falling tide may affect some of those late catches. Could enhance a few opportunities.
Now they may have lock times at the Harris chain, but most of the time those are quick enough locks and small enough that you just pull up, you let them know it's time to go, you lock. Here there are definitive check-in times when the lock is open that they have set so that everyone, that's why everyone was back in the lock, even though they weren't running back. You know, like Rick Clun's been fishing for a while outside the lock, but that was maybe, without pushing it, one of the next available lock times to do it.
That just seems like a good way to do it. I mean,
Yeah,
if
and
you're
if
going
you
to
have
be
a-
scrupulous to a fault, that
For
might
sure.
be the way you
I like that. I like that. Now, if you're checking in at 4:30, you can push it and get the next lock flight and be able to make it in at the last second.
So crazy. You'll think there's only 5 or 6 till you throw down there and see 50. It's wild. All right, we're gonna hit that school one more time. Back the other way and call it not a day, or however much time we got left. We'll just keep rotating them.
Well, Caleb Summerall's Bass Track did finally update with a 5.6. He got rid of that 3. He's up to 26 pounds, 14 ounces.
Wow.
I think that's about where John Cruz led last year, 2022, 28 pounds.
Going off of what it's been taking a win here, that's not surprising. There's been much bigger bags weighed
Recently
in the last month. Yes.
I didn't weigh that big one. And I set a 2-pounder for black, so I didn't know.
Summerall's smallest is a 4.0.
That is Trey McKinney, 19 years old, at the Lake Fork tournament. He set the 4th largest 4-day limit in the history of the Bassmasters.
We're gonna fish around the ramp. Save those for tomorrow.
And it's currently in 2nd place here. 1st place in Progressive Angler of the Year points, Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year points. So
Making a call right now to ditch the spot he was about to do, to go back closer to the ramp and just
up there and catch a freaking
save him for tomorrow.
13-inch grass.
I think he's done his job today.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that.
Cliff Prince with a much-needed fish. But like you just echoed, all these casts for a 13-incher.
We caught 6. We might even get the cold one. They're all about the same size, aren't they? What are they schooling around the boat now?
Now they decide.
Yeah, schooling around the freaking boat.
The release area is right up there. It's a channel swing right before it goes into being ocean. I know I'm getting in bed early tonight.
day one of competition is actually a relief for anglers because these last 2 days trying to get as much in, you've been going daylight to dark. You can go 30 minutes before daylight and 30 minutes before it's dark or something like that. It's you have to be off the water. So they're fishing 14, 15-hour days.
Yeah, what you got? Hey, go over there. Where? I don't have enough gas, dude. I caught a 3-pounder right there. I'm telling you, there's a ton of fish. Okay.
Craig Lamb, in fact, said in one of his notes on Bassmaster.com that he sat in his hotel room or is right there and saw lots of boats leave at dark and not come back.
Yeah,
wow.
Leave in the dark and not come back till dark.
Yeah.
I was hoping he'd catch him.
I was corrected by the production truck. Craig Lamb is not emceeing
like a
today. I apologize for that.
Okay. You may have been on alert since you.
I was hopefully we both catch him.
JT Tompkins pulling up to talk to Trey there, saying he only has 2 and he doesn't have much gas to be able to go anywhere else, and it's now 3 o'clock.
He thinks he just
time.
messed up his points, but at the
say
same
Trey
time,
McKinney's going to keep the AOI
he's
lead,
good
but
enough
they're
that-
going to have a shake-up in the top 10.
he'll gain.
Hamner's way down there. Tompkins, Hattrick, Tyler Williams have not done that well today.
He'll gain. Ugh.
Trey's the first flight, right? Or no? No?
I think we had 2 in the first flight, but it was Cox and Cook, I believe.
Oh, so he's got a little while.
And then, and then 2. If
He's
he's in the
second.
first flight, this is like,
McKinney
and by the
is-
way,
he's like doing what he
by
did
the way,
last
the
week.
last time we left y'all, he freaked out with 2 minutes left on the final day, realizing I need to go, and I am so much farther than I was. He was 1 minute late, and instead of finishing
That's right.
4th, finished 6th. Cost him some money.
Well, that weigh-in is imminent here.
It is.
Let's see who's. See, all the scores become legit, become legal for one thing.
Hey, a great morning of
We
action.
did have a
looking
action-packed morning
for the
Absolutely.
same thing tomorrow. Rough day though, Cliff Prince.
Oh my gosh. And he gets one chance to cull today, and as he culls, the fish start rising around the boat.
This feels like,
sure, of course.
feels like a few years ago where his day 1 was messed up by a culling issue with his live well.
Oh, man.
And came back with a huge day 2. If he could keep some buttoned up, he'd be mid-pack. He wouldn't be out of it.
Right, exactly. Definitely check out the weigh-in. As we say, we could have some surprises at the end of the day because there's more fishing for some of our anglers and a possibly better tidal situation depending on where they are.
And Cox will have a long day tomorrow. He was first flight today, so he needed to get there and get back quicker, but an extra hour and a half, seemingly.
That was an impressive morning.
Oh man, Trey McKinney, what a show.
Freaking time. Go. Dude.
He does not cease to amaze us, that's for sure. Coverage tomorrow, 8 a.m., just as today, 8 a.m. Eastern Time, right here on Bassmaster.com.
Top 5 and Rick Clun.
Top 5 plus Rick Clun. Will, rightly so, continue that celebration of his incredible milestone in this special week in April. So thanks for being with us on Bassmaster Live. More from the St. John's tomorrow.
There she is. Yeah! Yes, sir!